Y'all haven't already, get yourself something to eat and drink. Y'all, today's lesson, we're going to go over a topic that's kind of, I don't want to say a misunderstanding, but a difference in how words are being explained. A lot of times you see, and the name of the class, by the way, is Understanding Blameless versus Sinless. It's a topic that's kind of weighed upon, but we're going to give definition of both so that it can be understood in its entirety. And then we're going to hit scenarios throughout the Bible where a blameless situation came up versus sinless situations. And who was sinless? So once we get the understanding of this, as we read along, certain chapters you may find, and then you may have naysayers come at you, and they may ask you, well, why is this happening if your God is so righteous? Why are these things happening if your God is so righteous? Why does he allow these things to happen? So y'all, we want to get that clear understanding today, because it's very crucial that you can define and articulate the difference in the two. And because Christ was sinless, you'll get a lot of chatter or talk or naysaying about why did he do these things. And it's nothing new. The Pharisees and the Sadducees did it on a daily basis. And he constantly had to correct it. And he corrected them with their own language that they were speaking. And that's the best way you do it. Don't move off your square. If they ask you a question concerning this topic, the only way you move is if you move into the same topic. Like they asked Christ, "Are you the son of David?" He said, "Let me ask y'all one thing." He didn't move from that question. He moved to a topic concerning the same question. Well, if David called him Lord in spirit, how then can he be his son? We're still in the same ballpark. The question is just going back a few chapters. Because naysayers like to start in the middle. They never start at the beginning. So they can never understand the middle or the end of the topic. And with blameless, understanding what blameless is always going to go back to the beginning. We're always going to get an understanding of why we are here and why we were the flesh that we were. Because we didn't have this flesh on at the beginning. But when the ending comes, if we found worthy, we should wear that flesh that Adam and Eve had before they fell. We should wear that flesh again. That celestial flesh. Once we understand that, y'all, it'll make life much more easier for us. Because then you won't be trying to righteously bring light into a decaying flesh. It just ain't gonna happen. I don't care how you struggling, you got to put off this flesh that's born of iniquity. Don't mean you caused the iniquity or you were, but from the beginning, in righteousness, this flesh failed. And the sinless one had to correct it. So first thing we want to do is get the understanding of blameless. We got concordance and also sinless. If not, you got this concordance over there. My bro got it. You got a specific verse down? Not really. I'm going to verses. I just want to get an understanding of the two so we can at least start off from this perspective. Because it's going to line up every scripture that we go to. If not, I can go back and grab through this F1 right here. Y'all can get that now. You want to go blameless? Yes, sir. All right. Pull for the newer old. Either one? Here, I got it right here. Blameless. H5355. Yes, sir. Nakia. And it means clean, free from,
exempt, clear, innocent, free from guilt, clean, innocent, free from punishment, free or exempt from obligations, innocent.
Innocent. So does that make one sinless?
No.
Because you're innocent. It say you're free from guilt.
Justified.
Now hear me, sinless. That's in there.
Yeah.
Y'all, another term for this is called beyond reproach, blameless. We're going to hit a couple examples. We're going to hit a couple examples, y'all, because it's very important that we understand the difference between the two. If we don't, and it defined here down the bottom, I know that's tight for some of y'all, but it says free from sin. So the first thing we want to do before we even get started, we're going to weigh all of the scriptures that deal with how everyone is a sinner, and there's one, and we're going to read the scriptures of the one who had no sin, so that we establish this right off, and it'll make it easier for us to understand what blameless means. Blameless sometimes may seem like it's a sinful situation, but they're going to be free of guilt for this certain situation. You know, like a lot of times when we speak of, and say this, I'll move on. A lot of times when we speak of the virgin birth, we get found as sinners because they're saying we're teaching the doctrine of Horus and Osiris.
Right.
But we're not guilty of that false accusation, because when you bring up the Immaculate Conception or the doctrine of Horus and Osiris and Nimrod and his mama, it's mother and son love fest, physically and sexually. That's not what the Bible teaches about the virgin birth.
That's right. That's right.
When you bring up any topic and you try to syncretize us, or what's called syncretism, and that's mixing two doctrines together and say that's what a person is doing, you have to understand that. The Immaculate Conception was Mary was born without sin and needed to be worshipped. She was the most holy. That's why you go through her instead of Christ. Is that what the script teaches?
No.
So when one would point to you and say, that's just the Immaculate Conception, you're teaching. No. Make them explain and pull up the Immaculate Conception. Then you can move on. If they get that bit of doubt swirling in your head, or like Roy Smith last week, they brought up two Babylons and tried to use that, but he had two Babylons too, so he pulled it up too.
There you go. That's right.
Now at this point, somebody got the best weapon there. Well, when you go into two Babylons, it says that he was a curse word. He was an MF. He was Leviticus 18:20, Leviticus 20:11, Deuteronomy 27:20, Habakkuk 2:15. The man that lied with his father's wife had uncovered his father's nakedness. He was an MF, for the shorty's sake, so that you understand what curse words came from. Curse be the man that lived with his father's wife. That's where we got that curse word from. That curse came out of the line of Ham. So you have to be careful when you call somebody a black MF. You black. Well, it's true, but that's where it came from first. We just happen to take it as a people and use it as something like we're promoting righteousness, so to speak. You are bad MF. And that's a bad MF call. We also curse word pronounced for fornicational behavior. Okay. I'm going to hit right first. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 20. And y'all, we're going to roll through these so we get the understanding of that there's only one that walked this planet that could ever say that no transgression was found on him. Period. End of story. End of questions. And all throughout the Bible, all the naysayers, all they would have to do instead of trying to take you to this scripture, point out the sin of him, and he's no longer the unblemished lamb. That's all they have to do. That would settle the argument, and it would end in 2 seconds. Show how he's not the unblemished lamb. Because we can see all where David, Hezekiah, Abraham himself, and Moses cannot fit the bill. Aaron, the high priest, cannot fit the bill.
Right, maybe go to calf.
Right. In Numbers 20th chapter, he's getting court-martialed.
Right.
Clothes stripped off of him, high priest clothes stripped off of him, and put to death. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 20. We're going to run through a few of these to get to the left.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 20. How we looking, everybody there? Let's get her done. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 20. Ecclesiastes 7:20. For there is not a just man upon earth, that doeth good, and sinneth not.
So that's clear. But understand it said there's not a just man. Just means a lawkeeper or one who observes the law, but that don't mean he hasn't committed a sin. There's a difference when you're talking about the king of righteousness. But we'll get into that. You want to read a little bit more? That good hold that, because I'm just going to hit these one-liners on this and then get right to the subject matter. Proverbs chapter 20, verse 9.
Book of Proverbs chapter 20. Book of Proverbs chapter 20, verse 9.
Right.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 20. We're going to start at verse 7. Are we looking? We good?
Amen.
Proverbs 27. The just man walketh in his integrity. His children are blessed after him. A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment scattereth away all evil with his eyes. Who can say, I have made my heart clean. I am pure from my sin.
So who can say that? And then what you're saying is, you're saying, I am pure from my sin. So you're already acknowledging, as a just man, I've committed a transgression. So who can say, I have cleansed myself? I'm free of sin. 1 John chapter 1.
The book of the letter of John, 1 John, chapter 1. I'm sorry, verse 8. Yeah. 26. Okay.
Real quick, while you're turning there, y'all can write down Proverbs 24:16.
What's that?
It says, for a just man falleth 7 times and riseth up again, but the wicked shall fall into mischief.
Where is that?
Proverbs 24 and verse 16.
Proverbs 24, 16. Very good understanding again of the difference in a just man versus a sinless man. Let's get it.
The book of the letter of John, the first epistle of John, chapter 1. We're going to start at verse 6. If we say that we have fellowship with him and walk in darkness.
And do what?
And walk in darkness.
Y'all understand what to walk in darkness means? Look, walking in darkness don't necessarily mean that you were a part of something that you had no knowledge of. Walking in darkness is completely understanding its principles, its fellowship. And then you say, well, I'm a part of Christ. I'm a part of the light. If you're a 30th degree Freemason, through the 32nd degree, in their writings, they teach that when you reach these degrees, you must acknowledge that Lucifer is God. And then if you show up in a pulpit on Sunday with that same type of deal, you are walking in darkness.
Right. Children too.
Because you got two masters now.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
If we say that we have fellowship with him.
If we say that we have what?
Fellowship with him.
And that's another key word, fellowship. If you get past the word fellowship and don't understand it, you're going to lose focus. Fellowship means to come into allegiance with. It don't mean that you can't know nobody that's a Muslim, that somebody may be of this faith or that faith. Ain't nothing wrong with knowing those individuals, but you can't come into fellowship with them. Why don't you come to my church and the Father will bless you. You go into the confessional and well, that's against Matthew 23. You can't call no man Holy Father. He's not able to forgive sin.
That's right.
You can't say Hail Mary. You can't say Hail Buddha. You can't say Ra. You can't say none of that. So you can't come into fellowship or allegiance with that. But knowing them is not the problem. That's not the problem. That don't mean you separate from knowing them, because if you're the light, you got to bring them out of darkness. If they don't hear you, they have to see you. They have to see how you walk. And when they be around you, they won't mention they God.
Right.
They dare not.
They don't warn everybody before they show up.
Their spirit won't allow them to mention their God before you. That's good enough.
Yeah.
You don't have to try to put them on blast every time you get with them.
Yeah.
It's self-evident that they won't speak about.
And that shows they respect it.
Absolutely.
You ain't gotta like it, but you're gonna respect what it is.
Right. Y'all, sometimes you have to take the TKO. The technical knockout. You can't go for the put them to sleep every time. Let the ref count them out. Let the ref count them out. You know what the ref is? The ref is the song we just read. Their countenance show their secret sin. The look on their face will show the secret sin that I serve another God. What you got, bro?
What verse is that?
Psalm 90 and what we went through, that was 90 and 7.
The whole chapter.
The whole chapter is good, but we hit right in Psalm, I believe it's 90, verse 90 and 7. But get right there between verse 7 and 10, it will say their countenance show their secret sin. It's why you can ask somebody as soon as you see them if they've had a bad dream, whatever, you're like, what's wrong, man? They ain't said nothing, but what makes you ask them that question?
Look on their face.
Look on their face. If they looking like everybody in the family that been killed last night, or that's me on American Most Wanted, that's going to show on their face. Go ahead, let it finish up. Go ahead.
All right, this is the definition of fellowship.
Right.
It's out the Strong's Concordance, G2842. It's just fellowship, association,
Right.
community, communion, joint participation.
Y'all see that? Say that again, that last part.
Joint participation. Intercourse. The share which one has in anything. Participation.
So when it says to come into fellowship of one of another nation, because a man has a covenant on himself. When you consummate that, you cannot consummate that with a woman who believes that Allah is God, that Buddha is God, because you're mixing your covenant with her God. That's what Paul meant when he said a spiritual heart, and that's what he's talking about. You can't mix your covenant with that. That's why the Most High put it right there.
Unequally yoked up.
Test you spiritually and physically, and see what you'll do in the dark. Go ahead, because the marriage bed is undefiled, so it can be done in the light. Go ahead, what you got?
So, two questions real quick. So what happens if you married to that person as well, and then they serve another God, and then also
Hold on, let's deal with one question at a time. Let's deal with
that first one?
Yeah, the first one.
Okay, so the first one he asking is if, Or are you saying that you came into the truth after you was married to this individual?
No, like she, like if like my fiance is
Right.
is well, she never heard of it, but like my fiance is like she's still like on like white Jesus, like they practice the holidays and things like that.
Right.
Like, and then like I'm on what the truth.
Right.
But she like
It's
it's taking her time. Like she just like it is what it is. Like you know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, what did they stand?
So what you're asking pretty much, you said fiance, so technically you're spiritually married.
Yeah, your wife.
She's a spouse to you. Ain't nobody else on the line. Hank, Woodrow, nobody else is you. So you espoused her. Technically, you're married because you're promised each other. The problem is, that's why a spouse will give you a chance to get these things right. It's called a courting process. Let's find out where we need to be before we make this agreement. Before we make this agreement. Once we make this agreement, the vows stand. Because Numbers 30th chapter, the whole chapter deals with husbands and being the head of the household, as well as over the daughter. And it goes into widows and divorcees. It deals with that to the point, but now we're going to break down some 1 Corinthians 7, and then we'll answer the next question. Go ahead.
Right here, 1 Corinthians chapter 7. Break it down, people. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, 10 through 16. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, 10 through 16. And unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord.
So Paul is saying right here, there's times when I will speak, being a bishop, taking on my title, that there's no reproach that can be found in me at this point. Meaning nobody can label a charge against me. So when Paul say I speak as a man at that point, if anybody wants to say right there, no, you can't speak on this matter, bro. Just yesterday you got caught doing this. And we got 2 witnesses. But when he say, command not I, but the Lord, right, this is foolproof here. Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Let not the wife depart from her husband.
Right.
But and if she depart, let her remain unmarried.
Right.
Or be reconciled to her husband.
Right.
And let not the husband put away his wife.
Right.
But to the rest speak I.
Now we're going to the rest because we're talking to the married. Understand what he's saying. If you happen to separate for whatever cause it be, drama came and you had to separate, it says don't divorce during the separation part. Think about it if you can work it out. Because once you divorce, you're done. If the marriage is over. Understand that, y'all. A lot of times we'll read in Romans 7, we get the understanding that it's saying as long as he be alive, you're still married. That's not what the scripture's saying. Because if you get divorced, you ain't married no more. As long as he alive while y'all separated, you still belong to him. And then we won't run into these problems that were y'all been separated for 20 years, she living with somebody, and you living with somebody. But guess what happened if he died? Who coming to claim? She is. What about the woman that's living there with him? She has 0 rights. Why? Because she still got papers on her. Spiritual papers on him still because he haven't given her a right of divorcement in her hand. Not only that, but he's accountable for every relationship she's involved in until he puts that bill of divorcement in her hand. He has to.
Where you at, man?
Go ahead.
1 Corinthians 7, verse 12.
Go ahead, bro.
But to the rest speak I,
right?
Not the Lord.
So now Paul is saying, but to everybody else that's dealing in relationships and knowing each other. K-E-N-E-W. Go ahead.
If any brother have a wife that believeth not,
right,
and she be pleased to dwell with him,
right,
let him not put her away.
So now Paul is saying, but you know, if you married, you tied up into this, if you haven't, and she be pleased to dwell with you, she's not understanding, y'all. Why? Because Paul is trying to deal with every situation we find ourselves into. And let me say, and to correct, Paul is saying, I'm speaking now about the marriage. Now, I'm going to give you the Lord first, which I'm always supposed to do. Now, I'm going to give you to it from my perspective, based off of everyday living, so to speak. And basically what he's saying at this point is, you could have been a Muslim yesterday. You could have been a Buddhist 2 weeks before that. And maybe this person is just not trusting what you're into now. Now you're a Hebrew Israelite. I'm with you on these, but you keep flip-flopping. Every week you something different. At least give her a chance to see you and see if you're going to change again. Or you're going to be the parable of the sower. You just fall on stony ground. Next week you're going to be something else. So do you run off that quick because she won't believe what you do? You may not even believe it fully. Go ahead, read smoke.
Moses says she's pleased to dwell with you.
That's the key.
She don't believe what you believe, but she don't mind living with you or dwelling with you.
Submit to you.
It says, let him not put her away. Verse 13.
Right.
And the woman which have an husband that believeth not.
Right.
And if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife.
Right.
And the unbelieving wife is sanctified by her husband. Else were your children unclean.
So right here it's saying that the true light sanctifies the other, because they please to dwell with you, they're going to be following the path that you're following. Please to dwell with you means that I can't bring anything in this home that's going to displease you. Right. I may not be a complete believer, but I can't drag a Christmas tree in here on you. I know that's going to displease you.
Right. Right.
I can't be wearing an ankh around my neck and quoting Ranjay and rubbing on beads. I can't do that. That's going to do what? That's going to displease you in this household, so I won't do those things.
Right.
But believing this, I'm having a hard time right now. I'm going to watch you, and as long as I'm doing this, then I can be okay. And that's falling right into what we're talking about. A man is not blameless at this point if his woman hangs around, because if she's pleased to dwell with you, there won't be any contentions to make you feel like you're marrying or coming into a covenant with one who serves another God. She's pleased to dwell with you. We have to always look at every word in there and understand why it's put there. Paul didn't just say, stay with it anyway. She must be pleased to dwell with you, or he's pleased to dwell with the woman, because it's not about what you're doing, it's about who you serve that makes them feel that way. And it may take 20 years, it may take 30 years, but they will eventually come on in. But what we're talking about here is they have to be married. Go ahead, read some more.
But if, verse 15. But if the unbelieving depart.
If they do what?
Depart.
Right.
Let him depart.
Let them do what?
Depart. A brother or a sister is not under bondage in such cases.
See, bondage is the marriage covenant, because you're bound by law. This is what we have to understand. When there's no more marriage covenant, there's no bound. That don't mean because he's still alive and y'all got divorced, you can't remarry. That ain't what the scriptures say. Because what if he's into full devil worship? That breaks the covenant, that breaks the bond, because that's what marriage is, a bond. It says a woman is bound by the law as long as her husband lives. But what are the laws relating to? The marriage ceremony. That's why I say give her a divorce in her hand and she can go and be another man's wife. That's what the law says. Now people will make that say something else. No, I got to dig up his grave and make sure that that's him in there before I marry you. No, all you need to see is a divorce decree. No longer belong to Willie Jackson. Free of Willie Jackson. That's all it have to be.
But God has called us to peace.
What does he call us to?
Peace.
See, so he don't want no drama in the relationship. Look, if it's drama, you got to get away from drama. The argument starting, if you get past that, you know what comes next. The knuckles upside the head, the black eyes, and then you trying to explain it. Both your eyes black. I fell down the step on both eyes. Then next comes graveyard love. If I can't have you, we're going to the graveyard. No, he called us to peace. And nothing in the gospel or the good news creates commotion or that type of contention that will cause this type of warfare in the home where you sleep. How you gonna lay next to somebody like that and it's in there, I want to kill him today, or to poison her tonight? And then you lay in the same bed?
Yes, sir.
No, call us to peace. If you can't have it, get out of it. And we're not advocating divorce. We don't want that to be said under no circumstances. But this word is truth and power, and it says it's going to bring variance, and your enemy going to become the foes of your own house. That's where your test is. Outside is the least of your worries. It's inside your home what's going to have to be established first. To get that straight, that's why a man that rules his own house, then he can rule the church. If it's chaotic there, it's going to be chaos here. He or her may show up here. Bertha, I want to see you outside right now in the middle of class. Can't have none of this up in here. I ain't really nobody. Outside, Bertha. Henry. If it's free at home, it's going to be free in public for the challenge. And we don't want to have to try to exercise your manhood in public. Read some more.
Verse 16. For what knowest thou, O wife?
Right?
Whether thou shalt save thy husband.
See, this is long suffering and patience. Because for one thing, if you're joined together and one don't believe, how did you end up in that situation at all? That's the first thing. How did both of you not know who the God you were serving? So the first thing is to get past whatever secrets it was, whatever made you join together, and now you tired and you want out. We got to make sure you're getting past that first. Because we are not in the marriage counseling business, and we can't get into why y'all hooked up. Only y'all know why y'all hooked up. But long suffering and patience will get you through that. If it won't, it is what it is. Then you have to accept, I knew it before we had the ceremony, that it possibly couldn't work. I tried to make it work, but I knew I was up against it. It's like Judah when he married the Canaanite woman, and his first two sons, and Onan, were wicked. He knew it. In the Testament of Judah, he tells you, but I was tripping off my family had paper. Plus they owned the liquor store and I liked it. So he telling you that's why I chose her. But when he married her, she didn't want his sons to know nothing about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. No, I'm going to train them on the Canaanite gods. And there was war and contention in there. And that's where it fell off at.
You got a Canaanite wife?
Yeah. So we see right off what caused the problem at the beginning. What started that rift. But if he had stayed on his game, he possibly could have won her over. But it was too much for him because the deal made had nothing to do about spiritual righteousness. It was all physical. Popping bottles. And then the next thing after that. Go ahead, bro.
That's it for that.
Okay, that's it for that. So y'all see that, you hit that 1 John 1:8?
No, I ain't.
Hit that, that's the last one, y'all. Then we're going to move into the things about the Messiah. Because what we're establishing here is that there's no man that can say, I've seen, even being a just man.
Have not seen.
And have not seen, you know. So that's what we're trying to establish here. That blameless don't necessarily mean you're without sin, which it don't. It means that you may have found yourself in a position, but the deal is, can I be at fault for what's going on? Can the finger be pointed at me about this? Even though I'm tied up in the middle, can I be responsible for this? A lot of times, y'all, we have a car that we're loaning to somebody, and we know the part going out, but guess who would go out of it? The person you loan to. Right? So even though they call you and tell you, man, they stopped on me. I'm in the middle of traffic and I had to get out, but they told me. Now, you want to blame that individual, but you knew you had got 3 jumps already. Yes. But your heart want to blame somebody because you didn't repair that and you loaned it out. You loaned the car out.
All right, 1 John chapter 1. 1 John chapter 1, verse 7.
Right.
But if we walk in the light,
Right.
as he is in the light,
Yes, sir.
we have fellowship one with another.
See, if you walk in the light, then you got fellowship. What is the light? What does the script say the light is? Say, is this Psalm say, go ahead, what you got? What does it say the light is? The law. So if we walk in the law, we have light. If you walk in darkness, when the light come on, guess what happens?
Turn the light off. Cut the lights off.
Or scary and like what? Roaches. And what are roaches? Unclean. So you can't have fellowship with uncleanness on the record. It's going to be a problem, y'all. It's always going to be a problem. Go ahead, bro.
And the blood of Jesus Christ, his son,
Right?
cleanses us from all sin.
From all what?
Sin. If we say,
See that if we do what?
if we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves.
We deceive
Ourselves.
You ain't deceiving the law. You deceiving yourself if you say you have no sin. Go ahead.
And the truth is not in us.
And what's not in us?
The truth
Okay.
is not in us. If we confess our sin,
If we do what?
confess our sin,
Right.
he is faithful and just to forgive us our sin.
So what we have to do?
Confess.
We have to confess, y'all.
Man, turn away.
If we don't confess, y'all, they're going to become secret. And when they're secret, they're going to show up where? In your countenance. Whatever you're doing, it's going to show in your face. It's called shamefacedness. Go ahead, bro. Any more than that?
And to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. If we say that we have not sinned, we make him a liar, and his word is not in us.
See, it can't be in you. If you say I have never sinned and you're above puberty, you're a liar. Because that's the age of accountability. It's the only place in the law where an individual has to start taking responsibility for himself or herself. It's puberty. Ain't no 12 years old, ain't no 13 years old. All that's Edomite doctrine of the Talmud and the Kabbalah. That they put an age limit on it. When all of the estrogen and food and these preservatives, young women are coming into their flower at 8, 9 years old. And if they come into their flower at that age, you have to teach them the cleansing rituals. You can't just let her go because she ate. Because if another 8-year-old boy comes and he's reached his age of puberty, guess what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And who wants to take control of that? Look. People used to go back to Mississippi back in the day. Send you back to Mississippi away, baby. Then you come back as your little brother.
Real talk.
All that time. Man, I thought that was your sister. Me too. Yeah, me too. So now we're going to get to the sinless one, y'all. We just want to establish, we want to just establish how we were birthed into the world. And for those who don't believe in the virgin birth, and to say that Christ came into the world the same way, even though Joseph, being a just man, did not make him a non-sinner. And for that to happen, that means Christ would have been a blemished lamb. and he can't fit the requirement. If you go through the law of Moses and you see what it took to make sure that heifer was unblemished, inspecting it with a fine-tooth comb, priest after priest after priest, looking for just one white hair in that red heifer, what would happen?
It's done.
Throw it out. We can't use it.
Blemish lamb.
And you got Joseph lineage all the way back, Jeconiah burning the scrolls. It even mentions Bathsheba, who was the wife of Uriah, so it's listed David's transgressions right in there. And Solomon, who had 1,000 wives, and they turned his heart. And then you get all the way down to where it says Mary, who Joseph, the husband of Mary. But it don't say he begot the Messiah. Everybody else is begotten, but when it gets here, it stops.
Right.
Well, brother, every man that walked this earth came by that way. Let's start at the beginning. Did Adam have an umbilical cord? What about Eve? You start off with a miracle birth. Right. But yet when it gets to the Messiah, you got problems. You just hate the Messiah.
What Bibles they read?
Right. Let's start this next version. Right. Hebrews chapter 4, verse 15. We're just going to establish the Messiah's sinlessness so we can move on with our lesson, and then we'll get to examples of blameless. When you do something that it seems like it's breaking the law because the law is the light. What you got on sister? Okay. Shorty, who's participating in the Passover program. Rehearsal time. Short letters.
Real quick, I'm going to put this on the joke here. Isaiah 3:9. What's up with that little joker right there, man? That little joker right there. You ain't participating in Passover, boy?
Who was that?
That little joker right there. The afraid of evils. Now, y'all write down Isaiah 3:9 and tell you to show their countenance bear witness against them.
What again?
Show them their countenance bear witness against them.
So that's the second witness for that psalm, that opening psalm.
Isaiah 3:9.
See, the Most High is going to let your own, because there have to be two witnesses. And when you're on a spiritual realm, see, the letter of the law kept us trapped in. You can do things as long as two physical witnesses didn't catch you.
Right.
You can slip out a window. You can dig in a woman's purse with the speed of Usain Bolt and slip it in your back pocket. If it ain't two witnesses, I ain't guilty.
Technically, I didn't do it.
I didn't get caught by two witnesses.
Right.
Or if I had my money, to pay it off, to pay the preacher off.
What?
If I had my money up, have my
the same way.
Bags or whatever, to end the money, I got 4,000 of them, I'm going to do me some sin.
Right.
Hey, sounds like some premeditated sin right there.
Right. But I got paid off.
So what you saying, bro? You say I'm going to do some misdemeanor sinning.
To the preacher.
Some misdemeanor sinning, huh? You got a sack of turtle doves.
Yeah, I got a sack of turtle doves. Bring it. Hey, I'm saved up for my sinning at the end of the month. Flat out.
But look, y'all, we're not under the schoolmaster anymore. We didn't graduate. Christ is the high priest after the order of Melchizedek, which is a conscious spiritual understanding of the law. If I think wrong, I got to push it out of my head. Right. If I let it manifest, even though two witnesses ain't around, I'm guilty anyway. Because that's what he's going to judge. He said, I am going to judge the intent of your heart. I'm going to let you tell on you. On Judgment Day, I'm going to show you what you were thinking when you did this. Now, who better to tell on you but you?
You're a witness against yourself.
I got a witness right quick. That second Ezra chapter 3, verse 21.
Take it out.
It says, for the first Adam burned with an evil heart.
What he burned with?
He burned with an evil heart.
Right.
Transgressed and was overcome, as were also all who were descendants from him. Thus the disease became permanent. The law was in the people's heart, all along with the evil roots. But what was good departed, and the evil remained.
So everybody that descended from Adam is what this is saying. Everybody from descended from Adam. The same thing Romans say. All of us are of that blood. That blood with that tainted, with that sin.
Yeah.
Don't mean that we were born a sinner, because you have to transgress the law to be a sinner. So birth out of the womb don't make you a sinner. Unless you was biting on the umbilical cord and yanking on her heartstrings and trying to give her a heart attack. Well, y'all know that ain't happened. So you can't, but you were born with a nature prone to sin. That's why David said, I was shapen in iniquity. My flesh, how I came together. Like the second Ezra speak of how I was made for 9 months, was shapen in the iniquity of Adam. Christ was not made like that. Hebrews 7:16 said he was made after an endless law. Endless, everlasting. That's how he was made. That's what we have to be transferred into if we want to go in that kingdom.
That's right. That's right.
You can't walk in there with this flesh, because you're going to think with this flesh. See somebody you don't like, I know damn well I think I'm going to have to talk to him.
Wrong mindset.
No. If you see somebody in the kingdom and you make it, you best be mouth on lock and saying hallelujah. You're not the judge. If he let them in, there's a reason they're in there.
Right. And you're my man, how you get in?
Right. Right.
What you doing over
Right.
We never move.
Ain't gonna be no question who's more righteous. Go ahead, where we at? Let's get I just want to get that Hebrews 4:15, y'all. Let us roll through these right quick and establish this, y'all, and then we get right to our lesson. Because we're almost at 2 o'clock hour, y'all. Give me a second, Hebrews 4:15. And y'all, we're going to run through these right quick, and then we're going to get right into the lesson of the blameless situation, so we understand that when somebody, and look, the naysayers are always going to bring you transgression of somebody you're studying as an example. And they're going to say, right here, he's doing wrong. You got to be able to answer that. Oh, your God acknowledged sin, huh?
Hey, cool. Now they big. Hey, and look, it's a conspiracy against the throne of Christ, though.
Yeah.
Y'all don't understand. It's people searching the scriptures, feverishly looking for a transgression.
Right.
Right? Even, look, see, he lied right here, he lied right there.
Right.
You feel me? But don't know how to defend it. You understand? So it's a conspiracy, because they understand once we put stain on him, then he can't be the Messiah.
Y'all understand that? What's that you want about?
This book I got right here at the back of what he said is called To Eliminate the Opium. I talk about this in my documentary Apocrypha on Trial.
Yeah.
The Biblical Destruction Group, which you know is the Illuminati. These people, this guy right here who's a part of the Illuminati, brings out the fact that they basically created a BDG, a Bible Destruction Group or whatnot, to criticize the Bible. So these people been around for a long time.
Yeah.
This book, they say set forth gold.
Right.
You might want to read a few.
No, we're going to move on.
Okay, but just
Look,
get this book. You get on PDF as well.
Right, and what we want to say, it's going to be in here first before we get to that book. The book got it from here.
Right.
It's just talking about the Pharisees and the Sadducees. It's talking about the children. It's talking about Dathan and Korah now, who opposed Moses at the base of Mount Sinai and in the wilderness. That's who it's talking about. Those did the same dirt.
Antichrist spirit.
Antichrist spirit. Even after seeing all of the miracles, they still oppose. So at the end, y'all want to get where you got the book from, y'all. It'll be out there, but y'all, what we want you to do, we got to focus you, keep you in here. And then the outside source, that always have to be a resource.
Right.
This always has to be the source.
That's right.
Then you bring the resource in as a second witness. So, yes, it helps expound on your understanding. The book brought out. But you have to start here first, because everybody that attacks, they're not going to attack that. They're going to attack this. So if you can't defend this, nothing outside of this is going to help you. Because this is what the law is, ain't it?
That's right. It's a double-edged sword, too.
This is where truth is at. Any Bible they say tamper with, just flip to Exodus 20 and read that. If it gives list those 10, if that's still in there, it ain't been tampered with in the sense of blame and pointing sin at you, because the devil is so crafty he ain't never ever came at nobody not with asking you, do you know what the law of your God is? First. Didn't he do the Messiah like that? The Messiah wanted this how he come. He's going to ask you about the law of your God. If you love me with all your heart, mind, and soul, that's the first thing Satan asked. He asked about Job, didn't he? He asked about Abraham, didn't he? What makes you think he's going to come at you any different? He's coming at what your conscience claims that it does. I love the law. I love God. Well, he gonna see. Satan likes to play that game. That's the only thing that tests your faith, ain't it? How you gonna test your faith with another doctrine? You don't believe in that. He's coming right back to the source matter. Let's read. We'll be at Hebrews 4:15. Yeah, we're going to run through a couple of these and then we're going to get right to it. Hebrews 4:15. Yeah, we're just going to hit the 14. Okay. We're just going to hit these couple of one-liners, y'all. Then we're going to move on so we can get right to the topic at hand and get to these examples of understanding blameless, which may seem like, well, that's against the law. We're going to get to understanding what's called a permissive will. For something to happen. Go ahead.
Read from the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 14.
Right.
Seeing that we have a great high priest.
What we have?
A great high priest.
Yo, look, this is the whole thing when you're talking about Yeshua HaMashiach, locally known as Jesus the Christ.
That's right.
If you don't first understand that he's a high priest, if you can look at Aaron, you can surely look at what he's in and what he's been sent to do and what he has control of that nobody else can do. Moses was a Levite, but Moses was a high priest. Aaron and his sons only could go behind that holies of holies. Even when it shifted to Zadok, he was still out of that lineage. And the Lord said, I'm going to find you a priest that will follow my word. Zadok is still out of that lineage. So y'all, when you understand what Christ is a high priest of, and what is he a high priest of, what order? If you put him as a high priest after the order of Aaron, you are going to fail. Because you're going to put him in the line of failed men and put him as a schoolmaster teacher. No, he's a professor. He's a doctor. Way above your middle school teachers. Let's get some more. Where we at?
Verse 14 again. Seeing then that we have a great high priest.
Right.
That is passed into the heavens.
Where he passed into?
Into the heavens.
2 Corinthians, Acts chapter 2 verse 34 say David has not ascended into the heavens.
That's right.
He's off the list, but corrupted in the dirt. What did this high priest ascend to?
Into the heavens.
Right.
Yeshua, the son of Yah, let us hold fast our profession. For we have not an high priest which cannot be touched with the feeling of our infirmity, but was in all points tempted like as we are.
What was he?
Tempted like as we are.
So y'all, when you find yourself saying, that can't nobody keep the law, just ask them which one. And then they'll tell on themselves.
I just got to steal.
Why do you just have to steal? It's something, I think it's from birth. My arm just goes into something it ain't supposed to. Right. Go ahead.
But was in all points tempted, like as we are, yet without sin.
Yet without what?
Without sin.
So go ahead.
Let us therefore come boldly unto the throne of grace, that we may obtain mercy and find grace to help in time of need.
2 Corinthians 5:12 we got, and Isaiah 53, y'all, and 1 John 3, and I'm just establishing the Messiah's divinity. That he's the only one that can bring us back and allow us to put back on that skin that was in the garden. So the beginning is always the ending, because New Jerusalem is nothing more than the Garden of Eden. Yeah. That's all it is. When you read in 2nd Ezra, chapter 3, verse 5 through 7, and it tells you that the Garden of Eden was prepared before earth came into formation. Yeah. And he put the Garden of Eden in Eden, which is the earth. It was placed there. And then he brought the man into the garden to till it. Right. You see the same thing in Revelation 20, 21, and 22. New Jerusalem coming down. And the king is there. The only problem was Satan was up there and he got cast out. He fell from up there. That's why sin was already in the world when Adam and Eve was in the garden. Just like he's around now. So whatever kingdom you establish, yes, we're going to be in the midst of that kingdom. Every kingdom that's been established on the earth, they say the Lord is there, or this the Lord's kingdom. What happened?
It falls.
Branch Davidians. Huron met you down there in Florida. Yahweh, what's the other boy name?
Benny the bus driver.
Benny the bus driver over there in the Demona Desert. All of it filled with sin and iniquity.
And a new boy called himself the Holy Spirit. He got a dialogue.
Got a new boy, what he calls himself the Holy Spirit.
The Holy Spirit, yeah.
So everybody wants to be something outstanding and keep it flesh in this sin. And you want to be spiritual, a spiritual entity with this flesh. The only way you become preternatural and that's preternatural, not supernatural. That's you're a natural human being born of the flesh of Adam. And the Holy Spirit come on you and you become what's called preternatural. If you look it up in the dictionary, say above the norm. Yeah. But we won't become supernatural like the angels until Christ come back. Right. And then that flesh will be changed. And you'll be supernatural then. But right now, y'all, the best we can be is preternatural, and Satan will attack that. Where we at?
We're at 2 Corinthians
chapter 5, verse 21.
Chapter 5, verse 12.
No, my bad. Should be 23. Yeah. Go ahead. One time, no, Isaiah 53.
And it reads as follows. For he hath made him to be sin for us.
What has he made him to be?
Sin for us. Who knew no sin.
Who did what?
Knew no sin.
Right.
That we might be made the righteousness of Yah in him.
That's so we see again, he knew no sin. Give me Isaiah 53. We're just going to hit 2 verses in that. And then the 1 John 3 and 5. Y'all, we're going to get right into the lesson at hand of understanding blameless situations that it may appear to you that sin is being performed.
Now, I'm Yah. I got the verse. Got that up there for you. Nothing like this.
Y'all, and this is how everything always works, y'all. The first thing the naysayers do has to kill your spiritual. That's the first thing they do. If they get you down to Messiah, you done already. You done already. And that's their whole job. When you are a defender of the throne, you have to defend the throne.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's get it. Isaiah 53 give me right word.
You buried our transgression.
Okay.
Everybody there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where you going? 1 through 7?
Yeah, I can get that to you later.
Everybody there? I
Okay,
said,
let's get it.
the book of Isaiah,
Yeah, I'm going to speed it up, y'all. Let's get it.
chapter 53 and verse 1. Who has believed our report?
Right?
And to whom is the arm of the Most High revealed?
Right?
But he shall grow up before him as a tender plant.
As a what?
As a tender plant.
Right?
And as a root out of dry ground.
So how do you ever get a root out of dry ground worn up through? Y'all ever play basketball on the dirt or the grass?
Right.
After 2 summers, what happens there?
Grass go.
Never grow again, will it? You actually stomp the roots out. Go hard on the grass. Go in.
He had no form nor comeliness. And when he had no form nor comeliness.
Comeliness.
And comeliness. And when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him.
So let's get away from the tree that was in the garden that had all desire. A tree want to be desired. Satan masquerades as an angel of light.
Right.
If you look Ezekiel 28:12, you'll see how he was blinged out. One of the brightest angels, comeliness. David also was handsome and comely. This don't mean that the Messiah was an ugly man. He was just a plain man. No desire. No muscles bulging out of the white beater. Regular brother. Go ahead.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
He is despised and rejected of men.
Ain't that what we talking about today? Despised and rejected of men? Ah, you believe in that make-believe God. That hippie on a stick. Okay, you gonna be there. Go ahead.
He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrow, and a man of sorrow,
Right.
and acquainted with grief.
Woo, knew grief by the first name. Acquainted with grief.
And we hid as it were our faces from him. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he hath borne our griefs.
What has he borne?
Surely he hath borne our griefs.
And that's a B-O-R-E-N-E. That means to carry. So he carrying our griefs. Go ahead, bro.
Surely he hath borne our griefs, and carried our sorrow. Yet we did esteem him stricken, smitten of the Most High, and afflicted.
Now you got non-messianics to say, well, that means the house of Israel.
Stop it. Right.
I can't carry my own sins. They done wore me out. How my load yours on my back?
It says he was wounded for our transgression.
Right.
He had be the he and the our.
How's that going to be the whole nation of Israel anyway? Who says I'm going to carry? Look, right now, if somebody say, what's going on, bro? I can't complain. If you do complain, what are you going to get but the chin shake? I feel you, brother. What else you going to offer? Go ahead.
Verse 5.
I pray for you.
Verse 5. But he was wounded for our transgression.
Right.
He was bruised for our iniquity.
Right.
The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed.
Right.
All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way, and the Most High have laid on him the iniquity of us all. Verse 7. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before his shearers is dumb, so he opened not his mouth.
So we see here, y'all, iniquity was laid upon him. Never seen, but he took on our sin. Y'all, the nation of Israel ain't done none of that.
No.
If you from this side, just go to the gas station and look at the world newspaper poster. See, these other nations post that so we can see our transgressions. If you're on the east side, it's called a mountain. Same thing. The transgressions of Israel. Who we gonna select? Who you gonna select? Let's get into our lesson, y'all. Matthew chapter 12, verse 5.
That's good.
And y'all, we're gonna get into understanding what it means for a law to be, when the law say, do it like this, and somebody do it like that, and they're not blameless, they're not guiltless. You can point a finger at them and say, you broke the law. This does not mean you can break the law and I can get away with it, or I get a pass on it. I'm not blameless. No, it all has to be for the purpose of the kingdom, for bringing in the knowledge and understanding of prophecy. Prophecy don't go down whether you like it or not. Right. Prophecy is altered a lot of times by unbelief. We have a problem with that. In the Apocrypha it says, in the 2nd Ezra 7 chapter 6, the ending of Esau is the beginning of Jacob. Genesis 25, the same thing. The ending in Esau is the beginning of Jacob. Why would then Rebekah dress Jacob up like that? And trick Isaac? Why would she do that? Oh, you think you're going to help the Lord out? He already told you when you came and questioned him why they fighting in my womb. That answer wasn't good enough for you, huh? There's a small window of unbelief that says Isaac is going to bless him. Not once thinking what the angel told me. Hell, you could have stopped that when Esau went out to get venison. One of them deers could have had their way with Esau. Gored him out. But at this point, we'll never know, will we? And what happened to Jacob? Tricked for 20 years by Laban. And look, they knew what they was doing because they didn't go get a sheep that has woolly hair. They went and got a goat that has fine hair. And put that on his neck and his arm. So when he felt it, if it would felt like Grady Sanford, like, oh, this ain't Esau. Yeah, this ain't Esau. This feel like the back of Pam neck on Martin. You know, where we at?
What say in class?
We in Matthew chapter 12. Slave Birdie says verse 5. We all right? Chapter 12, verse 5.
Y'all, we're going to get into some situations where the Messiah self, because y'all, what he's doing is he's bringing in the order of Melchizedek.
Right.
Aaron is decreasing, Melchizedek's order is increasing. So we have to prepare you for that. Y'all, if we think we're going to walk into the kingdom with the schoolmaster's mind, we're going to go there with how to get around the law on our mindset in the kingdom. Yeah. We ain't having that. The Most High ain't having that. If you don't like it now, do you think you can deal with it for eternity? If you think the kingdom gonna be like how you like it, what you like to do, you know what you like to do. You know what you whisper. What you got, Jay?
So no loophole is.
No loophole.
No loophole is right.
It's straight conscience. You will never have to say, lock that door behind you.
Right.
Watch the babies over there playing lion with them lions and tigers. Or they're going to be strong like the bullet. For what? Watch them for what?
Right.
They'll be handling them lions like a toy pool. Be careful, be careful. Look, Samson, you about to stand on. What is 12, 5.
Matthew chapter 12, verse 5. Or have ye not read?
I tell you what, back it up to verse 1.
Chapter 12, verse 1.
Right.
At that time, Yahushua went on the Sabbath day through the corn.
What day was it?
It was a Sabbath,
So,
Sabbath day.
So automatically we put you in a position of what day it is. And what does the Sabbath day represent?
Rest. Rest.
So we see that it starts off letting you know what, automatically in your mind, he's getting us ready to understand one may do something on the Sabbath day and is blameless. Go ahead.
At that time, Jesus went on the Sabbath day through the corn, and his disciples were hungry and began to pluck the ears of the corn and to eat.
Are they stealing at this point?
No.
Why not?
Because they hungry.
Hold on.
Because in the law, it's still the cornfield.
What?
It's still the cornfield.
Okay, but what if it's Mr. Johnson's cornfield?
It's the edges in the legislature to leave the edges.
Huh? Speak a little louder, sis. Speak a little louder, sis.
Because if they were walking through it, it's putting your mindset that they're on the edges, and the farmers were told to leave the corn on the edges, so if hungry people pass through, they would take those and not
On the borders as
and
well.
they eat it, they not carry it on.
That's part of it. Yeah, that's exactly right, sister. So even when you were formed into the law, you always had to look out for the poor. Why? Because you may end up poor. Tomorrow ain't promised to you the same day it was yesterday. That's why I say let us be conscious and mindful of what today and be content with today. Because tomorrow you can go left field. What you got, man?
All right, y'all write down Deuteronomy 23, verse 24 and 25.
That's right.
Deuteronomy 23, verse 24 and 25. When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard.
Into that what?
Neighbor's vineyard.
And your neighbor was one that kept the law like you did. So that's who your neighbor was. Your neighbor can't be one who hates your God. If your next door neighbor tells you flat out, I will never open that book, I don't care what you say, I am a devil worshiper. That's not your spiritual neighbor. Let's understand that. Don't keep trying to take them no sweet potato pie, because you don't want it. Go ahead.
When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes thy field at thine own pleasure.
See, you can eat grapes until you get full. And y'all, full is not glutton. You can't eat that man's grapes and then the Negro disease take over you. And you just fall by the tree. That's a problem. It didn't say eat to gluttons. It say eat to satisfaction to where the hunger pain lead and you can keep walking. That's all you're supposed to do. There's a parable where Joshua was looking for soldiers and there's 300 men. Which ones we gonna choose? The ones that when they came to the water, everybody thirsty. Some put their whole heads buried in the water drinking. Some just laughing up like this. Which one did he choose? You that full of water, you can't drink a whole lot of water. That's something called water intoxication. Flushes out all your potassium. No potassium, what you gonna get? Heart attack. The heart is a muscle. Go ahead.
But thou shalt not put any in thy vessel.
What you should do?
Thou shalt not put any in thy vessel.
You cannot put anything in your pocket. Now that's stealing. You're past eating to satisfaction. You're talking about something for eating later on. None of that's your problem. Go ahead.
Verse 25. When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor,
Right.
then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand.
Right.
But thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing corn.
See, and that's what sister was talking about on board. So you cannot move into the heart of his corn. We set this up for you out here. It's for the poor and needy. You come through here, don't put nothing in your pocket. Don't come here with a bag.
It's too right.
Don't do it. That's it. Go ahead, read on. Back to that Matthew.
All right, back to that Matthew, chapter 12, verse 2.
So what we established, y'all, here is a law on the Sabbath, and it didn't name what day that you could come into the neighbor standing corn, did it? So what the Messiah said, even if this happens on the Sabbath day, are you less hungry? What is the Sabbath day anyway? Ain't it all? It's a day of rest or whatever. A feast day. What good is it for you to be hungry on a feast day? How you going to concentrate? Unless you enter the spirit and then you're still eating spiritually. But because we in this flesh, when you come out of it, everywhere you see somebody, they go in a trance or into the spirit. When they come out, what's the first thing they bring to them? Food. You have to, because the supernatural is overpowering the flesh. It's breaking it down so fast. You have to put protein back in it for it to sustain itself. If you don't, that spirit will overpower. Go ahead. Verse 2.
Verse 2. But when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto him, Behold, thy disciples do that which is not lawful to do upon the Sabbath day.
So they said it wasn't lawful to pluck corn when you're hungry on the Sabbath day. What was put out there for the poor to come by on the borders, it's not lawful on the Sabbath day. Where is that written in the law?
Nowhere. So then those men were lying.
Right.
They were trying to put you under bondage to a man-made tradition. It ain't had nothing to do with the Lord. It had nothing to do with the Lord. It was a straight lie. Because if it was true, they should have been according to chapter and verse. You can't do that. Straight men over there lying on the brothers. Why? To put you in bondage.
And the only way it could have worked is what? You didn't know Deuteronomy 23. That's the only way it could have worked. But you're looking at who gave the law to Moses. They just don't see it. And the reason is because they heard the law, but yet they didn't adhere to the law. And the law was made flesh and they still ain't adhering to it. So they just following their own pernicious ways. All we do is point fingers. That's what we do. We mash the finger pointers. And that's how we get control, is you will point out your sin. And that'll keep you from looking at us. Because we're going to always have you back there. And we got our robes on, so you ain't going to question us. Just like in the book of Suzanne. Them two robed priests at that man's house and then lusting after his wife. And then they're going to say, well, the people, we ain't even got to worry about them. Because, as long as we put on our best Pharisee garments, they're going to side with us. Can y'all see the I don't want to use that word, but just unrighteousness in their mindset being priests? And think about these terms. They were willing, under the name of the Lord, to run a train on this man's wife whose house they were staying in. That's evil. Right. And y'all talking about this a sin barrel? This who y'all talking about bearing the sins of the nation? Let's read some more.
Verse 3. But he said unto them, Have ye not read what David said?
David
did. When he was a hungry, and they that were with him, how he entered into the house of Yah, and did eat the showbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priests.
So right here, he's taking right to who they love the most, King David. Have y'all not read what David did? He went and ate that showbread. You know that's only lawful for the priest to eat. But the difference is, he knew that they weren't going to even know the difference in the bread that they at the table. You got the hot bread, and you got the bread that's left over.
Been out the whole week.
That's right. They didn't even understand that. But even hunger supersedes that, because the priest, when you get into the first Samuel, the priest said, look, we don't even have no more left. All we got left is what for the priest. But you're like, look, well, you can't be unclean. Have any of y'all been with a woman? David said, I ain't, and I can vouch for my men. If they did it, it's on me. If they been, and I know that because we've been together for these last 3 days. Then the priest gave me the bread. Y'all, don't you understand? A living dog is better than a dead lion. If the Sabbath means you starve to death, then the law have killed you. The law ain't supposed to do that. Never. It's not grievous. It ain't never supposed to make you feel like your hand behind your back like this. Oh, it's the Sabbath day. Oh, can't do nothing. Man, how much time we got left? At evening, sundown, Saturday. Man, that's 8 more hours to do right.
8 more hours to do right.
Hey, I was like that my first time. When I first came into the truth about 4 years ago, when I found out that the Sabbath Friday, Saturday, sundown. I was looking outside, I'm like, man, I got to do this for the rest of my life?
Yeah.
All these rules.
Right. And understand that. 613 besides the law of statutes. How many laws America got?
Over 2 million.
Over 2 million. But this too hard. Look, the Day of Atonement is 24 hours.
Right.
Christ did 40, Elijah did 40, Moses did 40 twice. And yet those were 960 hours. But we hour 10, and you keep opening up the refrigerator. What you looking in there for? Turn it on the sink, turn it off. What you just want to see what's going on? It's the Day of Atonement.
That first year around, like you close.
Man, that first
You ain't that right.
Y'all, it's terrible, y'all. We're in a microwave generation. We want it overnight. Care who house you go in, the microwave on 3 seconds. Couldn't wait till the bell rung. Just snatch the door like 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Where we at? Verse what?
We're in verse 5.
Okay.
Or have you not read in the law how that on the Sabbath day the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath and are blameless?
What did they do?
They profane the Sabbath and are blameless.
What does profane mean? Give me that, y'all. Because see now, the naysayers, what we're trying to do is, a lot of times, I use the term playing the devil happy. These are the scriptures that they're going to bring you. You know, you talking up here, my God, because I worship raw, and I worship Buddha, you gonna call them profane. Hey, right here. Ain't these your God profane? What does profane mean? Now you sitting up wondering, what do I do? What do I say? Well, can we agree to disagree? Oh, no. You just didn't open the door for everybody to play how they want.
Right.
Once you accept somebody say the Bible been tampered with, you open the door. You know the easiest way to deal with that? Every other scripture they say, you just tell them, oh, that was tampered with. How they gonna say no? Oh man, the Romans put that in there. Go ahead, bro. Where we at? Yeah, you're right. We know it's 28:89. So y'all, we can get some understanding of what the priest did. And see what Christ is doing. If you notice what Christ is doing, did he ever take them outside the book? Outside the law? What did he do? He took them to what they were supposed to be. Pharisees was considered to be what?
Preachers.
And the keepers of the what? So he dealt with them on their left. He dealt with new people coming in, babies on this word, on their level. When you claim that you the big mother, that's the way Christ come at you. That's the way he tell us to go at them. You can't come at them with any other kind of way because what they're doing is what's called manipulating the law. They blame Christ. You don't think they're going to shoot at you?
Oh, yeah.
Numbers 28. Thought about 8.
ladies training.
Yes. And y'all, when you start at verse 1, it talks about all the things that are being done on this day.
You want to read that?
Yes.
Read 1 and 2 first.
1 and 2. Hit verse 1 and 2 first, y'all. Then we skip down to verse 8.
Numbers chapter 28.
You about to read about how the priests
profane the Sabbath and are blameless.
Y'all, Leviticus 24 gets into detail about that showbread. Y'all check that out too, and y'all understand what the showbread was and why it was only lawful for the priest, but David them wasn't blamed for eating. What was David them on the mission for? For the law, establishing the kingdom.
Right.
Now you just can't eat the showbread because you into some foolishness.
Right.
You know, I need to eat before I start drinking. You know, it's happy hour. No, you can't eat the showbread. Right. It's an emergency situation. That's right. Let's get it.
Numbers chapter 28, verse 1.
Yeah.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire, for a sweet savor unto me, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due season.
Y'all read the rest of verse 3 on down for time's sake. We're moving ahead. Get down to verse 8.
Verse 8. And the other lamb shalt thou offer at even, as the meat offering of the morning, and as the drink offering thereof. That thou shalt offer it, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto the Lord Yahweh. And on the Sabbath day,
On what day?
On the Sabbath day,
right?
Day 7, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2/10 deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof.
You cooking on the Sabbath day.
That's right.
This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. Verse 10.
Yeah, go ahead.
Keep going.
No, you hold it. Y'all read the rest of that, but this gets into the detail of why it was considered profane, but it was still lawful because they're cooking on the Sabbath. You just didn't go up there and throw a bag of flour on the table. No, the flour was cooked. It was made into bread for the priest. So you have to understand that these things are, and when you get back into verse, the earlier chapter 27 on down, you see some things was happening in the temple because the priests were out of control. And when you have to right wrong, you know, and what it's saying is profane means out of order. Some of these things were out of order, but the Most High is having to correct things. It's like he said in Ezekiel 36, you will never profane my name again. How do we profane his name?
By our actions.
By our actions, out of order. Completely out of order. He said, I'm going to fix it to where I'm going to write my law in your mind and your heart, and you won't be able to do. Now, some people think that means because you say Jesus. Well, that was no J in the alphabet. You say Yehoshua, well, it should be HONORANDHUMILITYSTL. But can't never explain Psalm 138, verse 1 and 2. His word is above all his names. It has more majesty and it's law. If none of these names equal up to the law, because that's what he came to represent, my Father's law, I'm going to show y'all how to do it right. If we don't understand that, knowing every name under the book ain't going to do you no good if you still a what? Sinner. A sinner. You think you can holler that and crawl through a man's window? Or you think you just holler that in a time of trouble and you just going to be delivered like that? No. It ain't never from Genesis to Revelation. Every prophet said, they give an example. Lord, be by me as you were with David when such and such was chasing him. Or be with me as you were with David in the lion's den. Shalom, y'all. Y'all gone? Okay. So, y'all, we understand why you have to come back to the law. You come back to the examples and things that were set at a pattern. If it was simple about saying names, that's all would be in the Bible, be one verse. But have you ever seen Christ call his Father by his name? What did he call his Father? Father. What did the Father call him?
Son.
But what they talk about is free.
The gospel.
The gospel, which is what? Good of the law. Y'all, if you just spoke the law, no, that ain't your purse, get out of there. Do you have to say the Most High's name before you say that? That individual, no. It says if you do the law by nature, then it's a law unto itself. But eventually you're going to come to the knowledge, where did these laws, statutes, and judgments come from? Oh, it comes from the Bible. Y'all think it's a coincidence? Everything that happened on this planet is biblical, miraculous. What they always compare it to?
Biblical proportions.
Biblical proportions.
It's an earthquake of that. It's a flood of that. It's a miracle of disproportion out of the Bible.
That's right.
But yet we'll stand up and argue with somebody like we at Mars Hill about the book of the dead. Now they got fruit in the coffin with him. Right. And when they dig him up, what's in there? Rotten fruit. Right. Why do you think rotten fruit in there with that? Because it's a rotten fruit doctrine.
What's the biggest stuff in it?
Let's read some more. Go ahead.
Just look at
That's it. Let's get back to that master meeting. Y'all, we're going to roll through this at the 3 o'clock hour. It's almost, is it 2:34? Almost. And we're rolling pretty good. Back to Matthew 12. Did we finish that?
Nah, we at verse 6.
Okay. And y'all, what we establishing is situations that now what David did, he's blameless because he met a requirement. Look, the law don't allow you to be blameless unless there's provision. Look, when the Most High set his plan up, plan B was already set up. That's the problem with criminals. They never have a plan B. They don't figure out, what am I going to do about being trapped for the rest of my life when I rob this bank? Where am I going to live on planet Earth? I can't use a cell phone. I can't call my mama. I got to live in a cave. I'm on the run. You can never find a moment's peace. The law don't allow for you. It's a permissive will. If you find yourself in a situation, rent ain't been paid in 2 months, I just got hired, but they want me to work on the Sabbath. Do I go to work? Oh, hell no. We get put out for that, Mr. Employee. Y'all get ready to stall. I ain't doing it. Now you got to deal with, if I can't take care of my house, I'm worse than an infidel. So where we at? Man was made for the Sabbath. The Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. That don't mean you can break the Sabbath. Y'all don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that, but life is bigger than that because there's going to be a judgment day. It won't be no excuse for you to overlook all of the rest of the law because you say, I'll starve to death. What is they going to do for the rest of the world? Looking at us. Every day the report come up. 3,000 more Hebrews dead. Starving on the Sabbath. But that don't stop there. You know why? Because before they asked you to work on the Sabbath, guess what they asked you when they first called you? Before they confirmed you can work, what they asked? Can you work what?
Weekends.
Weekends and holidays. What you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me the job. Give me
And
the
then
job.
you went and told one of your partners that may be about a letter of the law. Oh, no, dog. You can't do it. Hell, that's why I don't work. Call them back and tell them you were y'all, you got to be wise in what we're talking about, and then you get your feet planted because you got to think about living. You can't serve the law on your deathbed. How you gonna serve it? How is it possible to? You got contentions in your home, ain't nothing here to eat. It's gonna come a point in time when he say that, but he tells you what those points in time is gonna be when they bring out the mark of the beast. When they tell you on your job, if you don't bow down today, and I'm not only talking about the Sabbath day, and serve the God of this company, then hit the door. You need to be hitting the door.
That's right.
Clean the desk out.
That's right.
Matthew chapter 12, verse 6.
Yeah.
But I say unto you that in this place is one greater than the temple.
Right.
But if ye have known what this meaneth.
See, he has the right to say, but if you know what this means before I even go further, y'all ain't even on this. This is spiritual, y'all earthly. It's two different realms between understanding. Earthly understanding means the law, if it kills you under these circumstances, you die anyway, and you're approved to the law. He said he don't tempt you with evil. Right. He can't be tempted, neither he tempted any man.
That's right.
But when you break the law, it's of your own free will. You know the reason you do it. You know exactly why you're doing it. Because it's you. Go ahead.
He said, but if ye would have known this meaning, I will have mercy and not sacrifice. Ye would not have condemned the guiltless.
Condemned the who?
The guiltless.
So you would have not condemned them if you knew mercy versus sacrifice. Give me that out of the pocket, Sirach, chapter 18, verse 17, 18, I believe it is.
That's also Hosea 2, Hosea 6.
Okay. And Hosea 6 is where? Somebody got that. And y'all, what we're talking about, you would not, y'all, we have to be careful that we don't condemn the guiltless. The guiltless don't mean that they have sinned. What it means is that they are put in a situation that they find themselves in. Can you blame us for what our forefathers did?
No, did.
I'm saying, can we blame them in the sense like that at Judgment Day? Condemn us for what they did. That's why we only talk about condemnation.
Well, you got to go all the way back to Adam with that.
Right, so what we're saying is to condemn the guiltless. I wasn't participating in what my fathers them did to get here to this land. Now, if I pick up what they did and I start practicing that,
Right.
now I'm no longer guiltless.
That's right.
That don't mean I'm facing the punishments of what they did. The fathers have eaten sour grapes, but whose teeth don't eat it? Y'all, if you understand what that means, you eat a sour grape and you do like this. They bit, but we doing this.
You feeling the effects of it.
Right.
You know what's the purple grape? What they call Alexander? Y'all know how sour lemon is. They bit them, but listen, we do this. Our teeth on edge for what they did, but we can't be at judgment and you will go to the lake of fire for what your grandfather such and such did. No, that ain't happening. Ezekiel 18 breaks all of that down. If a son turn from any way that his fathers did, shall not this be counted for righteousness. It's the same way with you own chemical products and y'all have a baby. And that baby, those chemical products are infused in its bloodstream. That baby may have a disease related to that. That baby can't be judged for that. That baby has to live his life and hope never to pass that on to its children. So y'all, we have to understand that because what they did, you can't be held guiltless, and that's the word we want to use here, that because my forefathers did it, you can't point the finger at me. I'm a result of what they did as an example to the world. So if y'all see him doing it to his own, then y'all ain't got nothing to say when he put that hammer down on the rest of the world.
That's right.
Just God.
Romans 1:16, Romans 2:9, to the Jew first and then the Gentile. Tribulation, anguish, and punishment. Glory, honor, and blessing to the Jew first and then the Gentile. So the order, he's just like Ecclesiastes chapter 2, verse 17, 18 about his mercy. So we understand mercy, y'all. This is the order of Melchizedek. It has to have mercy. But mercy means that you see somebody in a situation and they find themselves in that situation, entrapped in that situation, but they are guiltless. They are not a participating player. They just happen to find themselves in this situation. So you can't say you guilty as well. This law in this land will do that. If you're in the car with a bank robber, everybody in the car guilty. You should have known. And look at the other one they do. If you're a felon, you can't be nowhere where another felon at. Well, where is that at in our community? Junior, Uncle Willie, and the way women get locked up, LaQuisha, LaQuanda, all of them on papers too. So who you gonna be around? Go ahead, what you got, bro?
This is Ecclesiastes, not the Apocrypha.
Right.
Chapter 2.
Right.
Verse 15.
What it say?
They that fear the Lord will not disobey his word.
Right.
And they that love him will keep his ways. They that fear the Lord will seek that which is well pleasing unto him. And they that love him shall be filled with the law. They that fear the Lord will prepare their hearts and humble their souls in his sight. Right. Saying, we will fall into the hands of the Most High and not into the hands of men. For as his majesty is, so is his mercy. Say that again. As his what? Majesty is, so is his mercy.
The Most High's majesty equals his mercy. It's a balance. Mercy don't mean you a slack target. Mercy means you just look at somebody and be like, hey, look, I know, bro. You know, I feel your pain. You know, it's more showing empathy versus sympathy. I can't just bend over back because it's happening to you and say, oh, no, I have to show empathy, meaning I feel your pain, but this is plan B. You going to wallow in this, or we got to go to plan B. So the Most High always created a plan B for us. When he had everything in line, it was prepared that if I give them free will, there's a chance that they're going to sin. What's plan B? It's repenting. That's where repentance comes in. If it was straight plan A, we'd be robots and we wouldn't have to worry about it, would we? But guess what? He said, if you get through this, it's going to be plan A only if you make it into the kingdom. Because ain't no more wicked thing going to be in there. Death going to be thrown into the lake of fire. That's right. So we're going to be beyond that. We're going to go back to the way it was before Lucifer sinned, when it was free will. Because the plan was set up then to see who's going to love him. It started in the heavens. So just like Christ obeyed down here, he obeyed in the heavens the same way. First, he did. Give me back the glory that I had before the world was.
That's right.
And glory means Christ is the glory of the Father. The husband is the glory of Christ. Woman is the glory of man. Children is the glory of the woman. So he said, give me back the glory that I had, that when I showed the rest of the angels around how I trusted in you and believed in you, give me that back on the spiritual side of it. Give me that before I ever walked on planet Earth. So he wasn't asking about no other than temple arguing with the Pharisees. Right, type glory. He's talking about when he told Michael, man, Lucifer got to get up out of here. Y'all handle that. And they need. And threatened Lucifer, didn't have to threaten him in the book of Jude. When Michael came for the body of Moses, Lucifer stood next to him. He said, oh, we're going to have to go through this again. Do we have to go through this again? And say, like, no, I don't want none of this. And if y'all don't understand this, Hollywood is the forerunner future. There's a show come on every Monday night on Fox called Lucifer. And he identifies himself as Lucifer, morning star. Wow. Yeah, right. And when you're listening to him, he talks about, yeah, my father is angry with me. You think? But he's telling the truth. His father is angry, but well, we'll get so I ain't your damn daddy. He ain't your daddy. Yes, he is. But if y'all watch the show, y'all will see everything in the Bible. They keep it to the letter because it's without excuse this. If you're watching TV, you can't say we didn't have a Bible. They showing it to you because Lucifer has to. He accuse you to the Father. What he got to accuse you of? That's the only thing he can do. So if they hide the law from you, it's a free case and you've been in charge. You can't go to judgment on a free case. You're going to be let out. Where we at? Matthew, we finished that? Verse 9. That's good. I think we finished that.
You asked for Hosea chapter 6.
Yeah, hit that deal. That's the same as about his master. What is that? Hosea what?
Yeah, so right, 2, 14.
Right. And then what you doing with Hosea? Hosea 6. Yes, sir. 5 through 6. You got it. Go ahead, get that, y'all.
The book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 5. And it reads, therefore, have I hewed down by the prophets.
Hold on, a lot of pages on it.
The book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 5. Therefore, have I hewed them by the prophets. I have slain them by the words of my mouth.
Right.
And thy judgments are as the light that goeth forth.
Right.
For I desire mercy.
What do you desire?
I desire mercy. And not sacrifice.
See, y'all, we can get up and come down here every weekend. But if it ain't about mercy, and you think I'm making a sacrifice to the Lord, let me get on up and go on down. You wasting your time. Stay at home and watch football. If it's a burden for you to get up to learn the ways of the Lord, then stay at home. You're wasting your time. Because all you're going to have to brag about is, I've been down there. Every week. But you'll find yourself in confrontation amongst the brother and no mercy is being shown. When you find yourself hollering, chop more than build up, brother, boy, you get me up on that one. If everybody is talking about, he chopped you down, he broke your spirit, he broke your back, how then are you going to share a drink? Yeah, get a sip of that. Now, look, he didn't really mean it, but you needed it. He had to chop. And there's no building up because there's no mercy. Mercy is a point that where when you know it's an argument and you say, you know what, to settle this, my bad, bro. My bad on this. And never speak about it again. Guess who's going to keep trying to bring it up? Him? My bad, bro. No, my bad. No, I'm just trying to tell you. No, my bad, bro. You get home, ring up. Look, nigga, I was just trying to tell you. Click up the text message. Me? Some pound sign, hashtag. Go ahead.
At verse 6 again. For I desire mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of Yahweh more than burnt offerings.
See that, y'all? See, mercy and the knowledge of the Most High more than this. If y'all don't understand what the Lord is requiring, he said, keeping the law is sacrifice enough. When you try to go extra, and you think you can tithe your way into the kingdom, you sadly mistake. 1 Corinthians 13 tell you, any charity given under false pretenses, you might as well throw that money out on the street, on the highway. Just throw it out the window. If you think you can bribe the Lord. You know, keep the law and it'll teach you how to give. You'll understand the difference in somebody quoting Malachi 3:8 to you to get you to pay tithes. That's extortion. Just told you don't have to do the law. but then run to the law of tithing and Malachi. Okay, 612 of those are done away with. I get it. Right.
Yeah, right.
Let's get right into it. Judges chapter 2. We're going to deal with a situation of Rahab the harlot at work when Joshua and the spies came. Is this a blameless situation? Yeah. But we'll see where her life ended up. Now, when Joshua 2, Joshua 2 with Rahab. Joshua 2.
Joshua 2.
Yeah, that was Judges 2?
No, Joshua 2.
Joshua. Yeah. We're going to Judges next, though, y'all. I'm going to speed it up a little bit. Y'all, and we're going to see some things, y'all. And the reason I'm bringing these things is because the naysayers point out things like this. There's a book floating around by those that believe in the moon god or the Muslim faith. They got a book called 100 Contradictions in the Bible.
Easy work.
Easy work, y'all. But if they snatch that out and do you like this, if your heart tremble, you need to get out of there. But usually all you got to do is bluff. Boy, pull that out. I said, I know you ain't finna use that. Put that on back up. You didn't even have to go to a conference.
There's big guns over here, player. Right. Put that on up.
You come with that.
Right. It's a sister, her name, Ariel Quartz, and they got a book called The Angel I Know, The Bible Exposed. Man, somebody told me about this book. I just bought it, and I'm about to pick the entire book apart and do a documentary. She called herself Exposing the Bible. The little sister been in the truth over 30 years, and you know, the truth and whatnot, but she went off and whatnot. So this book is out. It's a bunch of nonsense.
All of it's nonsense. When they write something else, and they have you look at something else instead of proving it from the Bible, that's the first thing. Right. Just keep pointing to the Bible and just say the word chapter and verse. Chapter and verse. If they try to take you somewhere else, that's on you. Be ye not deceived. The only way you can be deceived is to get out of the book. That's the only way.
That's right.
Once they get you outside of your comfort zone, you through. They've taken away your cover. This is your cover. When they snatch your cover, now what do we say when you get caught doing something? They snatch the drawers off. And you naked and what? Shame. Trying to come up. If they take it from you, y'all put you naked out here in the wilderness. See? Let's get Joshua chapter 2. Let's start about. We'll get right to the heart of the matter with Rahab.
Right there, verse
1 then.
Joshua chapter 2, verse 1.
What is that?
And Joshua the son of Nun sent out of Shittim 2 men to spy secretly, saying, Go view the land, even Jericho. And they went and came into a harlot's house.
Into who house?
Into a harlot's house.
Now we got a problem with this, y'all. A lot of times we don't understand spiritual fornication or blameless in situations. In the law, all inheritance went to the firstborn son. If he didn't have a son, then his daughter had to marry another Israelite, and then that offspring would get the inheritance. Or his brother, if he died, had to take his wife and bear a son for his brother. A woman got 0 inheritance. So when you're thinking about it from this respect, okay, you take a woman from her father's house, all endowed, and there's nothing there. If you divorce her, what's she's going back to? The father did. What's she going back to? She's got to make it on her own. Right? So, in occasions, you may have a harlot, and what this means is a woman that's having intercourse outside of marriage. Does it mean that she will be struck down by God and killed? No. If she's playing the harlot and she's married, now that's a whole nother situation. We in Proverbs 7. Because the harlot there said, my husband is going on a long journey.
The good man is going on a long journey. Got plenty of perfumes and money.
Right. What was the only reason Tamar was going to be burnt with fire when Judah went into her when she was playing the what? What was the only reason they're going to burn her with fire? Because she was what? It says she played the harlot. And y'all, when you get into some Ezekiel 16th chapter, Ezekiel 23rd chapter, you'll see how spiritually, how we played the harlot. They said at least they get paid higher. What we did to our God, we just gave it away for free.
Ezekiel 16 chapter?
Yeah, all of that, whole third chapter. And you'll understand this from a spiritual level. And the two harlots that they brought to Solomon, when the turn comes split the baby, was it any discussion who was the baby's dad?
No.
So women in certain situations, because they had nothing to return to, versus starving, there was a level of permissive will or blamelessness put on them that prevented them from being a lawbreaker in that sense. Now, if they decided, well, hey, I like the way this gets paid, I got my light bill paid, the cable bill got paid, Henry will be over here tomorrow to pay the rent center bill, I think I'm going to stick up this practice. She moved into a whore because now it's for sale. But if someone was to ask us, show me any place in the Bible where any woman that had sexual relations and didn't have a husband, she was put down immediately. It's probably going to be extremely hard to find. Now, if her practice was this, and she was doing it like Delilah, who got at Samson, because her high priest, she was a temple prostitute. Right. They paid her to get at Samson. Right. Just like when you go to colleges, you athletes out here, they got temple prostitutes at these universities.
Right. Waiting on you.
And they're going to tickle your fancy. That's all I'm saying. Let's read some more.
Joshua chapter 2, at the end of that, and they went, verse 1 still, and they went and came into a harlot's house,
right,
named Rahab, and lodged there.
So, is it saying anything about she's, and saying it's a harlot house? We would have to suspect, okay, she's having activity there, or has it been determined that she's had intercourse in what manner? If we take either end of it, that's what it means, because the Bible only speaks of wife, if you're having intercourse, if you're not married, harlot. That's it. There ain't no in between.
But that's my girlfriend.
It ain't no in between. Just like a man. You call it a dog. But if he running through, like a dog through an alley, that's where the term come from. He ain't nothing but an old dog. Why? You checked his cell phone?
Yes.
Yes. It's walking right now. Let's read a little more. So y'all, what I want y'all to understand, I'm trying to get for us to understand what is sin, what you can point your finger at and say, you are sinner. When Paul talked about you shouldn't join yourself to a harlot, you have to understand what it means. It means that there may be another man on the line. A man was permitted to have more than one wife based on the polygamy laws, which was polygyny for a man, right? And philandry for a woman. But a woman was never permitted to do philandry, which is have more than one man. Ever. It was never permitted because you ain't gonna know who the baby daddy is. But polygamy was granted for certain reasons. Jacob, David, Abraham, Moses, so we understand that. But what we're trying to come to the understanding of is certain things were permitted for the will of God. You just can't go do it because you find it in the Bible. Right there it is. But when Paul talks about a harlot, you cannot join with a harlot. If you tell your wife, we need to add another wife to the household for whatever we need to do, you can't go get Bertha and you just seen Leroy leave that. You bring in her and Leroy into the house.
You're right.
You can't bring that. She has to be your wife, and that means she can't be married to another man or have relations with another man.
Right.
You can't make that covenant with that. Because she's saying, well, I agree, but Thursday Hank will be here. So brothers, get it out of your mind when you say little concubine on the side. If she don't know, you got some secrets going on.
Tiptoeing.
You're tiptoeing.
Right.
That's not a concubine. That's a harlot. Because unless you can tell her you are part of this wife home and it's 1 + 1 + 1 equals 1.
Right.
But it can't be no secrets. That's what Paul's saying. You can't join that to the household. And then Ezekiel 16 will be more clear to you. When you understand it from a spiritual nature and Melchizedek order, that's what Paul is talking about, because nowhere in here can you ever read that a man was okay with that. He always looked at it, most men, they were divorced or their wife had died when these things took place. But y'all ain't going to belabor that. I just wanted to be careful that we don't point a finger and say you're having unmarried sex. If you marry, you're committing adultery. And that's what it means, woman that breaks wedlock. The only way a man breaks wedlock is if he let her go and don't give her a bill of divorce. Then he calls her to commit adultery. And men do that for a lot of reasons. I'm not going to let you go. You belong to me, but get on out of here. Because if she gets sick or die, who get to make the funeral arrangement? Look, when the Christ met the woman at the well, first thing they ask is what? Where's your husband? What she say? I ain't got no husband. Say, I know. You had 5 husbands. But
when you with
the man you with now is what?
Not your husband.
Did he say like to the woman that was they caught in adultery and he told her don't sin no more? He said, look, go tell her. She said, we wait on the Messiah. He said, the Messiah is standing right here in front of you. She went and told the good news.
Right.
But he let her know. Why we have to understand this is because in the kingdom, the only ones that will be married is those that will be transfigured while they're still alive. Everybody else that will be resurrected and take the dirt nap will be supernatural form like the angel. There will be no marriage. It's going to be brother and sister. And it for no reason don't mean that they'll be sexless. It just means that part of marriage is over because you're married to Christ and his Father. It's like the angels, what they're doing. This is now your estate. But Isaiah 4th chapter, Israel have to be repopulated like it was supposed to be in the garden with Adam and Eve. That still has to happen or the word goes void.
Right.
It still have to come to pass. So will be some brothers will be translated out of this flesh. You're going to look just like you look, but it's going to be like a newborn baby skin on you, and you're going to reproduce in the kingdom righteously for those that are alive and remain. Everybody else in angel status. So that this word go forth. It has to go forth like that.
Sound good either way.
Either way. Right. Where we at? Just read smoke.
Chapter 2, verse 2.
Yeah.
And it was told the king of Jericho, saying, behold, there came men in hither tonight of the children of Israel to search out the country. And the king of Jericho sent unto Rahab, saying, bring forth the men that are come to thee, which are entered into thine house, for they be come to search out all the country.
So he knew, we got spies up in here. They come to search it out. Now I know you know where they is, but I got word that it stopped at your place first. Go ahead.
And the woman took the two men and hid them.
What she do?
And hid them.
So right off this point, she know that these are men of the Lord. Word that already been out in the street. The Israelites coming to take Jericho.
She receiving spies in
Right.
her house. What would they call it today? They call it. What is a spy? That's espionage.
Right.
So you're aiding and abetting a spy. It's an act that's treason. But she really put that on the line to what? Look out for the sons of God.
That's right.
But she understood that God had given that land into our hands. You know
So what's she putting on the line?
She put her life on the soul.
And not only that, but her family's life. Go ahead, read some more.
And the woman took the two men and hid them, and said thus, There came two men unto me, but I wist not whence they were. And it came to pass about the time of shutting the gate, when it was dark, that the men went out. Whither the men went, I want not.
So I know not.
Right.
Go ahead.
Pursue after them quickly, for ye shall overtake them.
So she's saying they went that way.
Yep.
But she knew where they was at. They was hid.
She lied to her people.
Right. So this is a sin, ain't it? Lying a sin? But is this blameless at this point?
Yeah.
But there's no excuse for lying. See, and that's where this fine line is, y'all. It's like meek and weak. Meek means I'm a very patient man. I take a lot of stuff.
Right.
But it gets to the point where you say, okay, I'm only going to be one more than that.
You put your foot on it.
Right.
That's the last one.
Enough's enough.
So that's what Moses was, the meekest man upon earth. But Moses did what in his early career?
Body somebody.
Body somebody. Moses struck that rock in anger. Moses was a meek man, but he got overpowered. Because Israel will drive you to that level. That's why Solomon asked for wisdom and not money. Y'all, we don't know our people like our people are. All may be of Israel, but all is not Israel up here. Right. We got some black hearts, y'all. Right. That can't stand to see it happen good for nobody else. Right. See, the Lord can bless you with a new car. Damn ring. Yeah, full tank of gas too. They put regular instead of y'all didn't experience it. And y'all didn't experience it with Israel. Y'all know. It ain't no secret about who we are, the people. That's why I say count every man alive. Right. Wait to hear what come out of their mouth. So you can make a balanced judgment whether you're going to allow mercy and keep it like this, 100. If you let one tilt the other way, you're going to have to deal with the issue. Let's read some more.
In the 5, Rahab said, Pursue after them quickly,
right,
for ye shall overtake them. But she had brought them up to the roof of the house, and hid them with the stalks of flax, which she had laid in order upon the roof.
Now, some will say, right there, your God, wait a minute. How crazy is this for the Lord to show you it? And you think you point out something to me? That ain't the problem. The problem is me to explain why it's written there. For you to see it so you can understand sometimes things are done for a reason.
That's right.
If they had took Jericho like they were supposed to earlier and wiped them Canaanites out, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Right.
If it had been done right like it was supposed to beforehand.
We've been 40 years in here.
We've been 40 years in, but what are we doing out in the wilderness? Wandering around, delayed. They give them 40 years to build up their army. Let's read some more.
Verse 7. And the men pursued after them the way to Jordan unto the fords. And as soon as they which pursued after them were gone out, they shut the gate. And before they were laid down,
right,
she came up unto them upon the roof, And she said unto the men, I know that the Lord has given you the land.
What's she say?
I know that the Most High has given you the land.
How would she know this? So, no, this is everything that she said. Everything I move is because of the report I heard. Wasn't nothing I can do to stop what y'all was going to do because it's from your God. I seen what he did in Egypt. I already know how he get down, and if he done put y'all down there, we finna go down. So it ain't she lying for something personal of her own gain, so to speak. She understands the situation. I'll join y'all before I die because it's righteous anyway. What you got, brother?
And to add to that, if anybody got the book of Jubilees, write down Jubilees chapter 10, verse 27 to 34, you learn that the land of Canaan, it originally belonged to the descendants of Shem anyway.
That's right.
So, you know what I'm saying? You write that down. Jubilees chapter 10, verse 27 to 34. It's 27 to 34. You got the pseudepigraphs on page 77.
Okay, explain why it belongs to Shem.
I'm going to read it. Jubilees chapter 10 and verse 27.
All right.
It says, and in the 4th week of the 1st year, in the beginning of it, in the 34th Jubilee, they were scattered from the land of Shinar. And Ham and his sons went into the land which was his possession, which he found in his portion in the land of the south. But Canaan saw that the land of Lebanon, as far as the river of Egypt, was very good. And he did not go into the land of his inheritance toward the west, that is the sea, but he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the bank of the Jordan, and from the shore of the sea. And Ham his father, and Cush, and Mizraim, his brother, said unto him, you have dwelt in the land which is not yours, nor did it come forth for us by lot. Do not do this, because if you do this, you and your brethren will fall in the land and be cursed with sedition, because by sedition you have dwelt, and by sedition your children will fall. Your children will fall, and you will be uprooted forever. Do not dwell in the dwelling of Shem, because it came to Shem and his sons by lot. You are cursed, and you will be cursed more than all of the sons of Noah, by the curse which we swore, and you swore with an oath before the holy judge and before Noah, our father. But he would not listen to them, and he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, from Hamath to the entrance of Egypt, he and his sons until this day, and therefore that land is called Canaan.
So, and you got to understand, Jerusalem is called Canaan.
That's right.
That's where he should have been dwelling.
Right.
That's what was given to him, the land of Canaan. That's what Jerusalem is to this day, the land of Canaan. And it says when Christ come back, that name will change to the Lord is there, the righteous city. But he went to another land, because when you get out, Genesis 10 chapter, what he's speaking of is the table of nations, where every brother went and their offspring, they were supposed to go to these different locations. But Lebanon and all that areas was Shem land, but the land of Canaan and Ham, Jerusalem, when they got off the ark, was theirs. They took possession of it, and they took possession of it unrighteously, but whoever controls Jerusalem controls the world. That's where the fight is at, but it's still called Canaan to this day, the land of Canaan. Now when he took over somebody else's land, just like Esau took over all the lands of the world. He take over what's not his. So he was taking over y'all, but I don't want it to be misunderstood if somebody asks you, what is Jerusalem currently called? Canaan. And it's northeast Africa to this day. So we have to be careful when we say we didn't come from Africa, we mean the lineage. We didn't come from Hamites. But Jerusalem is in northeast Africa. So we want to be wise when we say that you're saying I'm talking about the lineage, not the land.
They're trying to catch you up.
Because when it comes back, when the land is repopulated, because That's what the Garden of Eden was in the beginning. Eden is the world. He planted a garden eastward in Eden. That's where he put the garden, where he planted. But the whole world is called Eden. And the garden was planted eastward in Eden. And then he brought the man from where he was formed from and put him in the garden eastward in Eden. And was eastward to Jerusalem, or what we call is Egypt, which is a stone throw or a 7 days journey. 12 hours basically you can walk down into Egypt. So y'all, we just want to get that understood when we're talking about land masses. You know, like when you, after, and I'm saying it's going to move on, after Abraham got his blessing, the prophecies of nations, or the table of nations, went to Abraham's sons. That include Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, and Esau. Those offsprings. Now, Japheth, Ham, and Shem, after that, everything you read about them after Abraham and Jacob and Esau being born is prophecy of landmass. Particularly, but the end time prophecies is going to be dealing with the offsprings of Abraham, which includes Isaac, which includes like Ishmael warring right now in the land of Canaan over a land that don't belong to neither one of them. It's like Crips and Bloods fighting over Coke Red. It's our block. No, it ain't. This block belonged to the United States government who took it from the tribe of Gad. That's who it belonged to. Truly, but since they came in and bound the strong man, the house is theirs. That's who the land belongs to. This ain't your block. You ain't paying no taxes on it anyway. Just riding up and down, drive-by shooting. That ain't your land. In like manner, the same killing, the drive-by shootings on each one of them, Ishmael and Esau in our holy land. That's all they doing. The same thing the Crips and Bloods are doing here. They're scrapping over land that don't belong to neither one of them. Right. That was not promised to them. And the only reason they're scrapping is because Ishmael is saying, I'm truly Abraham's firstborn by Hagar, his second wife. Esau is saying, well, I'm truly the firstborn of Isaac. The inheritance goes to me. But who did the script say the inheritance go to? Us. Jacob and the 12 tribes. That's right. That's who the land of the lot go to. That's who it's going to be distributed to when you read about it in Ezekiel 44 through 48 and the last 3 chapters of Revelation. It breaks down and says, that what's the names on the gates of the kingdom? Who they named down?
12 tribes of Israel. It's your name. Beautiful.
But when Esau, when you look at Japheth and you try to make them the Caucasian race, you're going to run into a problem because Japheth was the father of the islands. The islands that Esau conquered. What used to be, how dark was the original Aborigines in Australia? Black. Now who runs it? Look at it. Crocodile Dundee. Who runs Hawaii now? Hawaii, what the police show? But who are the original islanders? Japheth, dark skin. They are the islanders. These were the island people getting off of the seed of Japheth. They controlled the islands. Esau, blessing, was to control the world. He went and conquered every land, stick his flag in. Even though you still hear, my government is set up here. Y'all answer to me. Y'all tributary to me. Y'all, we're going to move on. We kind of changed course. I don't want to lose because we got about 15 minutes and 37 seconds. So that means about 45 minutes. Give me some more of this Joshua, y'all. We're going to speed this up. We're going to speed it right up, y'all, because I just got some New Testament understanding. But when I heard y'all, I want y'all to see certain things that's happening here that people are going to bring you when they're saying the Bible is corrupt. They're going to show you what they consider a straight lie and ask you to your face, is she lying to her king about which way those men went? Right? Let's get it. Where we at? Verse
9. And she said unto the men, I know that the Lord has given you the land,
Right.
and that your terror is fallen upon us,
Right.
and that all the inhabitants of the land faint because of you.
What they do?
Faint because of you.
All the inhabitants of the land. When they see y'all coming, they know who y'all are. That's still to this day, ain't it?
Yeah.
Moving to a neighborhood, what happened? For sale signs go up. Let's read some more.
For we have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea for you, and when ye came out of Egypt, and what he did unto the 2 kings of the Amorites that were on the other side, Jordan, Sihon, and Og, whom ye utterly destroyed.
So what is she running down to the men of the army of Israel? She running our history down, ain't she? She like, I know what we up against. This is a no-win situation for us and our whole nation. It's a no-win situation. I done read about y'all. It's in the books. When y'all gotta get on y'all side, y'all unstoppable.
That's right. Man.
Go ahead.
11. And as soon as we heard these things, our hearts did melt.
What they do?
Our hearts did melt.
Y'all done had a melting pot. When they make you hear something, you have to sit down. Oh. What happened now? You have to sit down and keep from falling now. Go ahead.
Our hearts did melt. Neither did there remain any more courage in any man because of you. For the Lord your God, he is God in heaven above and in earth beneath.
Look, there's a documentary out right now on the Black Panthers. Tough. Knew all the laws about Canada. They walked into the state house or whatever it was.
State capitol.
They changed the law overnight. Created Ponytail Pro, which is nothing more than the modern day Willie Lynch battle.
Right.
To break them down, they said first we got to put a spy in there.
That's right.
Gave them the layout of the headquarters. Yeah, a few of them got a few weapons.
Boy got killed, yeah.
But nothing for the champions of murders as yourself.
Right.
Champions of murder. Who else that dropped nuclear holocaust on the nation?
Right.
Twice.
Right.
We the only ones. The champions. And did it after they agreed to surrender. They're like, oh no, too late, my partner. We got tests we want to run.
Right.
Don't start waving that white flag now. You know Japan had actually surrendered to the call? Yeah. And they told them, no, partner. You think all this testing been done gonna go to waste? Put Fat Boy on it. And they dropped it. Boom! And that's nuclear. That's water-based. Now it's thermonuclear. That if they drop it in Kansas City, we got 30 minutes, y'all, to figure out how we're going to get right. And we worried about the 24 hours a day of atonement. You got 30 minutes before that radiation get here. One suitcase size of a thermonuclear is equivalent to 250 of what they dropped that Fat Boy on Japan. Hiroshima.
Right.
And then they dropped out your socks off. And Nagasaki. And they still going with what? To this day, 50 years later, Russia had a leak over in Chernobyl. They say it'll take another 20,000 years before a man is able to walk on that land without contacting radiation and poison. Another 20,000 years. They dropped chemical off the bug truck in Pruitt-Igoe. Why do you think they ain't built on that land no more? It's poison land. It's a wilderness right there on Jefferson and Cass on down to a certain block radius, and you read the documentary of Pruitt-Igoe and how it got started and what they was releasing off the top of the building. Why y'all think they went crazy? I'm talking about Pruitt-Igoe was out of control, but they had a report on the projects. It was a 20-year project.
It's called a project.
They stacked racks on top of each other, fed each one of them, and took and changed the
hay and straw to what they use the bathroom every day and kept it clean every day. And they got along fine. Then they took the preventator, or privator, or straw, and whatever it takes, you know, and sustained them and took their food away, didn't clean it. And they went up to the next level and started jacking them. Then they took it off the second level. And then the first and second level went up to the top level and started jacking them. And they did the same thing to us. Running smooth, replacing all broken windows. As soon as the elevator go out, they didn't fix it. Then they start busting the lights in the elevator. Pissing in the hallways. And they didn't fix anything. And then they run that chemical process through that. And we breathe that in every day. Now it's war because ain't no lights fixed, ain't no heat on, ain't no nothing. It's out of control at this point. I'm talking about where the mailman just dropped the bag on the street corner and take off. Y'all saw it through.
11, 12. I ain't finished 12. Now therefore I pray you, swear unto me by the Lord, since I have showed you kindness, that ye will also show kindness unto my father's house, and give me a true token.
Look, because all throughout the law, if she knows this about our people, she understands our law too, that you cannot make a vow and not keep it to the law, no matter what the circumstances is. Isaac couldn't overturn the blessing that he gave to Jacob. Why? You can't reverse it. You can't reverse any oath. So he couldn't reverse it. He's like, look, I understand your pain, but I can't take the blessing back. Whether it was done in deceit, because in the long run, what the Most High does is, any covenant you make by deceit, He gonna bring it right back to what? Right to your face. He has to do that so it'll correct that wrong. And everybody won't start making vows that they can't keep. When you make vows on your wedding day, you're promising things that you can't do. And I'll work 10 jobs if I have to. Getting to wear the finest garments, I'm going to slave myself. You make a oath.
Oh, no.
But y'all, this is what he's talking about. No vow to the Lord. That's why in Matthew 5 he tells you say yea or say nay.
Right.
Don't swear an oath that you cannot keep. It tells you how to be assured. Don't co-sign for nobody unless you can pay the full amount. Right. Somebody come to you and tell me to co-sign for a BMW and I'm driving a Ford Focus, and you do it, they'll want to take your bed because they're not coming to them.
Right.
They say, he didn't pay.
You vouch for him.
You vouch for him. Christ is our surety. He paid the price for us. He said, I'll be the co-signer for them crazies. And he took that on. Ain't no other God stepped up for us.
That's right.
Nobody.
That's right.
He's our co-signer. So it tells you, unless the price of whatever they want, you have that in your cover. And they call you and say, he failed on his promise. You say, don't worry about it. I'll be down there in an hour. That's how powerful a surety was, that you couldn't just be signing your name on anything. Right. Because you sign yourself away in the same thing. So y'all, we want to get it understood that the oath, and even in court, first thing they do, what they grab? Bible. Is it the book of the day? No. Is it the Quran? No. What they ask you to do? They ask you to do what? What can you tell them?
I affirm.
And they'll say, we'll take that.
Right.
Affirm means I'm going to tell it to the best of my ability. Of what I understand. Because if you lie, guess what charges they got for you? What they call it? Perjury. Perjury is an automatic what? 5 in the pokey. So you, I swear, whatever, it's just a Bible. Is your grandmother selling heroin? Remember, you're on your own. And when they start running down what Big Mama gonna be facing, and in a penitentiary for the rest of her life. And then when they throw down a picture of her hand coming out the slot, passing on heroin, it's going to be some problems for you. And you're in school. And you start backpedaling, you going to jail too. So you say, I affirm. Is Big Mama selling heroin? Hell, I don't know. I don't live that. Okay. So y'all, we should never swear, but this oath, she's asking them, give me a binding oath right here, y'all. Put it on the line. Let's read some more. Go ahead.
13. And that you will save alive my father and my mother and my brother and my sisters and all that they have, and deliver our lives from death.
This is what she asked for. I do y'all this favor, y'all save my whole household. Now we get back to the understanding of what he read about Paul in there. Don't you know, believer, you can save your whole household and your children. Lot saved his whole household.
Yep.
The number was dwindling when Abraham was negotiating with the Messiah. Because the two angels went on to burn up. He's back talking to Christ. This is why John 8:58, he said, before Abraham I was there talking to Abraham. They're like, this nigga's crazy. You ain't even 50 years old and you know Abraham. He's like, before Abraham was, I ain't going to be.
Right.
They're like, oh, get some stone. But that was Christ talking to Abraham because they negotiated. If it's 50 righteous, will you destroy it? He said, if it's 50, I want y'all to understand there's 5 cities.
Right.
And there ain't 50 righteous. Then it dwindled down to 30, 20, 10. Abraham stopped at 10. Why? Because he knew Lot was there.
His family was there, right.
And Lot had 2 other daughters that he went to Jasper Street. They was married though. And then he had 2 virgins that he offered to them crazy homosexuals.
Right.
He said, take them, they never know the man. They like, we don't want them skanks. We want them. Set them out! Yo, wicked mindset like that, what you think they have? They ain't gonna negotiate. If you read it in the book of Jasher, when they start talking about this, they had beds on street corners.
Right.
There was activity on the street corners. Y'all get it with the judges?
Jasher chapter 19. Yeah, the whole chapter.
The laws were so corrupt that if a man did this, you can hit him in the head with a stone and take his. It was crazy, y'all. Go ahead, bro.
It's just like today, like we've seen the nation pass the homosexual laws last year, right? But Sodom and Gomorrah just wasn't limited to being homosexual.
Right.
Like they laws of justice was
no hospitality.
It was horrible. Like look, you could think about this. Somebody could hit you in the face with a rock and then sue you.
Right.
Right now we see that today because the police are trying to sue Tamir Rice's family members. I'm in Cleveland. You killed this boy, but you want to sue his family. Think about the one in Chicago. Remember? They killed the older lady next door, and he was running up the steps, and the police is suing his family now, even though they killed him.
You know why? Because they say he getting phone calls. They call him out, you murdering dog. He say the trauma is driving you crazy. So since they created that situation, or they was responsible for him even coming to the door with a bat in his head, I'm experiencing trauma, I want $5 million.
That's Sodom and Gomorrah all over. Y'all get to that book of Joshua. If somebody injured you, they will sue you. If I hit you in the head with a rock and you bleed, I can sue you. And so they did that with Eliezer. Abraham. He got brought before the judge. Somebody had stoned him, hit him in his head, and was suing him. And he was like, look, y'all know these laws ain't righteous.
Right.
And then they like, yeah, whatever, that's the law of the land. So Eliezer picked up a rock and threw it at the judge. Why? So look, you've seen it on every level, from the homosexuality, that lifestyle, to the perversion of the laws and everything. That's not justice. What you mean I can injure you and then sue you? Or I can kill you and then sue your family? That don't even make sense.
It don't.
Showing you that we are in Sodom and Gomorrah again, make no mistake about it.
Make no mistake about it.
And how loose they was too. It wasn't just homosexual activity going on that corner.
It was
look, like if you went to Sodom and Gomorrah with your wife and your daughters, you wouldn't see them till you left that deal. So you would just swap them out with some men, and then you would take his wife and his daughters. So they was wife swapping and passing daughters off and all that. Right out in law
for 2 weeks.
For a whole 2 weeks, your wife go grind with somebody else and your virgin daughters with somebody else.
TV show.
That was Sodom and Gomorrah. You feel me?
It started in Atlanta during spring break.
Yeah. The freak nigga.
The freak nigga. Yeah. And when you look up freak, what it say? Of the abnormal. So be careful, husband and wife, when you say let's get freak. It's abnormal.
Go ahead, Nick.
You know, that also happened here in our own hometown in Ferguson, Missouri. There was a man named Henry Davis. He had wrongfully identified and beaten in his cell.
Yeah.
He bled on his
right. That was one of the things that was on the DOJ listing. They like, you actually beat a man and then sue him for bleeding on your uniform.
Yeah. See Ferguson getting sued by the Department of Justice. The whole city gets sued.
And y'all know why it's coming back on them like this? Y'all write this down. Public law 97-280. Y'all write that down. And you'll see where under Ronald Reagan administration, I should say, implemented that the Bible is the official word of God. Right. And since we run the world, this is the one that we make everybody deal with. Well, guess what? Who's the most violators of that law? They are. So basically all they said is that we will accept what we're going to be judged by. But we'll deal with that later. Right now, we run the world. They're only doing what we did to get us kicked out the land. It's so we get a mirror image of what we did to get thrown out of the land. We seeing everything that got us thrown out. It's the only thing that's going to make us come back to our God and understand his laws, statutes, and judgments. It's the only thing that'll do it. And you keep witnessing every day what got us throughout. You ain't gonna want no more of this. Or you're gonna fall head first into it. And once you accept it, it only runs a season and then you want out. Because Kanye West won't out. But they ain't letting him out. This Negro's so crazy, he said he's more influential than Paul of the Bible.
Show me.
What? Hey, not true about this. He came out with Jesus.
Right.
Sing about the Lord. Right. Yeah, wait for a couple more years. You're going to see what happens. They put their books right up in you. Now, you got your own religion.
Right.
Your own Bible. Right. Blasphemous.
Clothing line.
Buried treasure.
One of those clothing line, but what was that concentration camp clothing? Have y'all seen his clothing line?
Man, it look like something you go into the Goodwill.
That's concentration clothing. Just beige
it's mad.
and green. And raggedy around the edge. And this fashion, but guess what? We got craziness chasing. Y'all, if y'all ain't never understood what the days of Noah is, y'all understand it now. But why 2 Samuel 1:18 and Joshua 10:13 mention study out of the book of Joshua because it wants you to get deeper into detail to understand what the Bible is telling us to study out of that book.
Right.
Right here. Where they are. Right here. It's mentioned. Reference in Joshua chapter 10 verse 13, 2 Samuel 1:18, and 2 Timothy 3:8. Study out of the book of Joshua. This gives day-to-day detail. If you want to really know what was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah, get into the 19th chapter. 18th chapter is good, absolutely. That's where it starts off at. But y'all, I'm talking about, y'all picture yourself driving down King's Highway and you get to Natural Bridge. The White Castle will be the least of your work and what's happening on that part. They would have a bed right there on the street corner. An activity going to work. Long man. Be careful out there, bro. All right, y'all, let's speed up. We got 13 minutes and 42 seconds.
Verse 14. And the man answered her, all life for yours.
What they answer?
All life for yours.
Y'all see this solemn oath? The oath for the soul. Do y'all understand? Look, it was written in the heavens in the book of Jubilees. Don't say this, don't move on. That Shechem and his family, the Hamite that took Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and raped her, and then Jacob made a covenant with them, and they all agreed to be circumcised. But what did Levi and Simeon do? They agreed to the covenant, but they said as soon as them legs go up in the air, we going in there with these swords, and we killing everybody. But what had Jacob done? So what does that do about our God and his covenant and the representative of his covenant? And your sons come behind you and do this. Your name on the line. Jacob did the whole, all of the people on earth, just like Rahab talking about the children of Israel, all the earth was talking about Jacob and his 12 sons. And you got 2 sons that come right here. Now Jacob having a hard time because Reuben just been tricked. He done pulled the MF in my house, then went into Brit-HaHadashah, Dan's mom, his little brother's mom, and then slept on my couch, crept in there, got her drunk. People are having a 215 on me. And now I got Levi and Simeon, slain men who accept the covenant of our God. Look, they willing to put down anything because the law says if any stranger come among you, they must be circumcised, they must adhere to the covenant. They did that. But Simeon and Levi knew because an angel came and told them that when we put down Shechem and his family, it's for what happened to Abraham back in Egypt. They owe for that. The Lord ain't forgot about that. But you let us handle that. They said, no, we won't handle that. He treated our sister like a harlot. Now, I want y'all to think about that. He said he treated like a harlot, but what did he do to her? What did he ask for? He asked for her hand in marriage and gave up all his people customs. But if we treat one like a harlot like this, what we do? Gone. I'm going to get a loaf of bread. Ain't been seen since. Okay, like I said. But that's what they was willing to do under that covenant. That's why that oath was so violent. And Jacob was screaming on. He like, man, y'all don't know what y'all did. They like, look, Dad, the Lord ride with us. I know you was looking at them like they 20,000 men and more than us, but the Lord was going to help us take down. He said, well, why did y'all just say that? Why y'all let me make that oath? Y'all watch me make that oath. And they was like, yeah, he making the oath, but they sharpening them swords. Shh. And you think about that. If any of y'all been circumcised after 8 days, 12 years old, 15 years old, you saw and walked like Fred Sanford. And they got them as soon as they got through. And legs was up in the air, healed. What you gonna do? How you gonna fight with your legs up in the air and gapped open? That's where your strength is at. And they slayed every one of them. And Jacob said, y'all don't understand this. Y'all looked at y'all sister and what she did. This Hamite was doing more righteous than David's son, who took Tamar, Absalom's sister, Abner. He took his own sister, raped her, and told her, get this stank out of here. And she told him, don't do me like this, our daddy, let us get married, and it won't be right, but you can't force yourself on me. This evil can't be done in Israel. Get over here. I ain't sick for real. I'm sick for you. Get over here. 2 minutes later, throw it out.
2 minutes.
Go out. 2 minutes. Let's go out.
She had a coat of many colors of her gown. She just tore it up. I'm just filthy now. And Absalom killed him. This in the household of David. But what they go back to?
What he did. What he did. What he took.
To Uriah the Hittite. Because the prophet warned him, you're going to be spared the death penalty. But this ain't going to leave your household. Know that, David. David, like, if that's what the Lord say, then that's what it is. I ain't going to never backpedal on the Lord. If the Lord say that's how it got to go down, then that's how it got to go down. Then guess what Absalom did? Took all of David's concubines, all 10 of them had his way with him.
His own son.
But what did David do? Put them away as widows. They lived the rest of their life as a widow. And you have to understand this when Paul is talking about divorce. They were living like their husband was dead. But what was David doing? Taking care of them. He was still alive, but he was taking care of them. But they were in widow status. He didn't touch them, and nobody else touched them. But he paid for them month every month and made sure that they were well taken care of until he died and they died. Y'all, when we talk about men that understand when I've sinned, but I can't be blameless for this, you know, and we're going, let's speed this up. Go ahead, bro. Let's get out of here. Out of this chapter. Go ahead, what verse you doing?
14. And the man answered her, all life for yours.
Right.
And if he uttered not this or this.
So you see the agreement they with us? You can't tell about this to nobody. Not a soul. Go ahead.
And it shall be, when the Lord hath given us the land, that we will deal kindly and truly with thee.
So this was their word. You can count on it. If we don't get caught and we able to report back how many men y'all got, you can count on it. That's our bond. Word is our bond. Go ahead, keep smoking.
Then she let them down by a cord through the window.
Right.
For her house was upon the town wall, and she dwelt upon the wall. And she said unto them, get you to the mountain, lest the pursuers meet you, and hide yourselves there 3 days, until the pursuers be returned. And afterward may ye go your way.
So the pursuers are like now what when you hear about that one documentary Nehemiah put up about what was that?
What's the documentary? It's back there talking.
Well, anyway,
he asked about your documentary. He talking about your documentary.
Yeah, you know the one they put out there about the slave narrative. That's what it's called. And it was called the Patty Rolls. They was looking for runaways. They was looking for spies and infiltrators. So this ain't changed. So she said 3 days they're going to come back after they've been looking for you. They're going to turn around because they're going to figure you couldn't have got this far on foot. So it don't need us to keep journeying farther or we cross over into airspace or landmass that ain't ours. Now we warring with another nation. We'll turn back around and come back. So she said 3 days and they'll turn around and they'll come back if they can't find you. Go ahead, read some more.
And she said unto them, get ye to the mountain, lest your pursuers meet you, and hide yourselves there 3 days, until the pursuers be returned, and afterward ye may go your way. And the men said unto her, we will be blameless of this thine oath, which thou hast made us swear.
Okay, now why are they saying we will be blameless of this thine oath? We're going to see, the key word is here is what? Blameless. We can't be held accountable for what? If y'all get killed, other than what we agreed to, we are blameless. Things happen that way. And we're going to hit the perfect example of what Samson did, y'all. We're going to tighten it up. We're going to move right into the New Testament and close it out. Go ahead.
Behold, when we will come into the land, thou shalt bind this line of scarlet thread into the window, which thou didst let us down by. And thou shalt bring thy father, and thy mother, and thy brother, and all thy father's household home unto thee.
Right.
And it shall be, whatsoever shall go out of the doors of thy house into the street, his blood shall be upon his head, and we will be guilty.
We will be what?
We will be guilty.
What is the order they sent on our part of the body? Everybody that you want alive, they got to stay put. They got to stay in the house. If they leave out of the house and get killed, that ain't on us. That's not part of the body. I said, this is the agreement we will make. Your whole household, if they stay put. If one of them go out and they get killed, we are blameless for that. Just like y'all, all we can do is give the word. We the trumpet of the Lord. We just put the message out. If somebody want to wander off after the second and third ammunition and join up with the Muslims or proudly march in the gay parade with some Prince clans on, then that's on them. You blameless for that. Where we at?
19, middle of it. And whosoever shall be with thee in the house, his blood shall be on our head, and if any hand be upon him.
So if they come in the house and slay anybody, after the deal we done made, because guess who's coming in the house to do the slaying? The children of Israel. Right? If they kill any one of y'all, then they blood on us. So y'all can see what blameless is, you know, and she agreed to that. Let's read some more. This last verse. Go ahead.
20. And if thou utter this our business, then we will be quit of thine oath which thou hast made us to swear. And she said, according unto your words, so be it.
So right there, y'all, we see according to your word, which we swear. See that swear came in there? That's a binding oath that can't be broke. And it was agreed upon. This is why we're talking about, when you're talking about somebody come to you and they ask you, man, you got me working on the Sabbath. Dog, should I be working on the Sabbath? The first things first before you tell them, no! According to the law, such and such, you are in violation, brother. What was the contract you signed when they said you are a new employee and they handed you the handbook? Did they mention there will be weekends and holidays? Well, yeah, you know, and I just at that point, you got to weigh this now righteously. You got to get back to the beginning of it. He's telling you what he's displeased with now. And if he's coming to you about it like that, then you really have to really examine that. Because do he really want Saturdays off, Friday night to Saturday night off? Or do he want fun? It's TGIF on Friday nights. Right. Why do you think they start the Sabbath off with drunkenness? Thank God it's what? Friday. And what time it start? Sunday. 6 p.m., don't it? How many drinks you get for $2? And you get 1 hour to guzzle as many drinks as you want to drink.
They all know that.
So you thinking, I actually can go through a fifth of Hennessy in 1 hour. Well, it takes your liver 1 hour to process one drink. Right. What are you going to do when you pump 10 in there? But they carry you around like this. A pea stain in the front of your pants. On happy hour. Thank God. Up on the table dancing. They got videos of it at work. They start off with that. Let's get drunk on the Sabbath.
And God is right, so you break the law.
And when you get home, you sick the rest of the day. Right. So what you doing that but making false promises? I swear if you take this from me, I swear I'll never drink. Stagger to the phone. Hello. You better get over here and get 3 minutes again. I'm on my way. All of the promises you just made.
You know I ain't mean the Lord. You know Lord.
Let's get this, y'all. Let's speed this up here. Judges. 14th chapter, y'all won't see a blameless marriage. But this is what signs of look, the whole thing we were talking about when Rahab lied to the king and they said the end of the matter was coming down to Joshua and them coming to take the land to show you how the Lord will bless and don't wipe out every victory. If you choose to believe in him, then his wrath will leave from you. Everybody had the same opportunities when we come out of Egypt. All of the Egyptians had that. And y'all think of something very important here. Who put the blood on David's doorpost? And y'all know how wicked he was. Y'all even see it in the movie The Ten Commandments. He was L.G. Ross. And the Pharaoh asked him, he like, you got to be the bootlicker of all time. Where's Thomas was studying? Yeah, so he said, you'll kill your your own mother. He said, if it pleased the Pharaoh, I will. Yes. And he is in the wilderness. So who put the blood on his door? This is the mercy of what our God got. He said, but the rod of correction gonna be there when you get down here. What ended up happening to David?
They opened the Lord over the earth and swallowed his whole squad.
Yeah, buried in the wilderness. So, but I'm just talking about his mercy. You know, he knew how rogue David was, just like he knew Judas. One of y'all sitting here gonna sell me out. Lord, is it I? And they went around the table. Judas, Lord, is it I? He said, thou hast spoken.
You said it. You said it, not me.
You know.
But our Lord is our surety, our co-signer, because when they came with swords and staves and Judas kissed him, he like, oh, you come with the brotherly kiss and you got this on your heart? It's been better you had not been born. Yeah, we looking for Jesus. I'm me. And they fell back. And they like, hey. And he told us to let my partners go. That's right. They got nothing to do with this. Yeah. This on me. How many of us will do this?
Come on, dog. They called us.
Right. They got you, but you a holler.
They called us.
You holler, man, I ride and die for my boy. But watch verse 48. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, when I pulled the gun, I didn't know it had a lemon trigger. And yes, sir. You go from hard Willie on the streets to yes, sir. To yes, sir. And not only that, but you telling on everybody that you got tattoos for. That I ain't no tail tattoo. I'll never tail tattoo. No, but I was surety told them, don't worry about them. Y'all, let them go. I'm who y'all looking for. I'm who y'all want. They ain't got nothing to do with this. Y'all ain't nobody else stepped up and laid their life down on the line for us. Ain't no Israelite right. David was in that mindset because in Acts 13:28-23, the Most High said David had a heart like mine own, meaning he cared about the people and he had mercy like that. But David couldn't put the surety of us on his back because he had a problem with pretty women. Other men pretty women. Other men. Where we at? Let's get this Judges 14. Judges 14. Y'all gonna roll through these too quick. Get these 3 in Revelation. In the New Testament, y'all. We'll get that last pearl on. We're gonna call it a day. Anybody got any questions so far before we move on? Anything flying over because it's a church body? We have to agree what the teaching is. Any questions or concerns, we have to stop and clear it up. Even if we have to cut the lesson short. Is it how's it going? Or we understanding sin versus being blameless, even though a sin may be said within the whole scope of the thing. Y'all, because the only thing the Most High do is fix what didn't get done at his first command. If he told you this what I need you to do, if they hadn't done that in the wilderness, we would never be at this situation. So he let us fix our own problems through his righteousness. But it learns us. It's like now, why we always say, if I had a known now, when I was 21, yeah, because you got the knowledge now. But a man that keeps 50 years old and keep talking about when he was 25, guess how many years like in the law? 25, because you can't go back to being 25. Them shoes burn your feet up. You had 2 hours in the same shoes you had on 25. You couldn't dance the same. You couldn't stay up the same. Your neck will snap like your neck will be popping and you'll think it's a drive-by shooting going on. You trying to stay up like you do when you're 25. 25, you go to work, get home at 4 and be at work at 5.
Yup.
Try it now. You'll be asleep like this at work and they'll tap you on the shoulder. You have to be Lord, and I just want to thank you. Okay. We watching. They still got Hennessy on your breath. You can't do it. Let's move on. Judges 14. Starting 1. All right.
Everybody there?
Couple favors, Charlie.
This is another one when it says, Deuteronomy, you should not take their wives, neither should they come into you. We're going to see some, y'all. And what I'm doing is, what I'm reading out of the 100 contradictions of the Bible. This is what a naysayer going to bring you. The Bible contradicts itself. Negative.
No deal.
Let's get it.
All right, the book of Judges, chapter 14, verse 1.
What it say?
And Samson went down to Timnah.
So, to bring you up to speed, chapter 13, the angel came to Samson's mother. You're going to have a son by your husband, different from Mary and Joseph, by your husband. And the spirit going to be on him from the womb. He's going to be a deliverer of Israel. Guess what you can't do? She said, what, angel? You can't drink no wine. You can't eat this. You can't eat that. You can't eat none of these things, for the child has to be straight with the Lord because the Holy Spirit is going to be on him. We got to understand that every man has his own soul. Every woman has their own soul. When the Spirit from the Lord comes to that soul, that spirit already knows what it's supposed to do. That's how the Lord know you before you were born. It ain't the fact that you were, you said that I was born for instance, like some people say, well, I was born to die this way. Oh, he was just made to die that way, because they'll get it misunderstood. If the Lord put the spirit of wisdom on you when you were in your womb, he knows you because he knows what wisdom does. It's not your soul. You still got free will to do it. Whatever you want to do. But he knows what he put on you. So when you're born with the spirit of wisdom. Christ is the only one that had all 7 of the gifts that was put on him. In Isaiah 11 chapter. Everybody else gets one or the other. Joshua had wisdom on him. Moses had this on him. This guy may have a spirit of understanding on him. But Christ got it all. He gave almost all of them to the disciples when he breathed on them. But they couldn't cast out demons. Because they didn't understand prayer and fast on the spiritual level. So there were certain things they was let to do. Satan gets none of them. So when you say the devil made me do it, you got to be careful that you don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit. Satan can't make you do nothing. Satan makes you blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. Like he did in Acts 5th chapter. So when the Most High put something on you, like he put on Jeremiah, I knew you from the womb. He put the spirit of prophecy on him in the womb while he was being made. So when he came out as a prophet, when he's 5 years old, they said that boy's going to be a prophet. Because that spirit was on him. And when you die, the Lord take that back and he give it to another soul. The spirit he gave to Elisha, who got it after Elijah was called up? Elisha. His student got a double portion of it. Who got it after that? John the Baptist in the wilderness guy. But ain't they each individual, when they ask him, are you John the, are you Elijah? He said, yeah, the one crying in the wilderness. John the Baptist. So that kicks that reincarnation out the window. So you understand Ecclesiastes when they say the Lord give you a spirit, then that spirit goes back to him. He give it to somebody else. If that individual sound like that former prophet, he just running that same spirit that the Most High gave to somebody else. It works like that. You don't get nothing extra, or you wasn't born to the point, or then you, how can you be accountable for your transgressions then, if you transgress? Well, Lord, you say you knew me from the womb, so you knew I was going to be a sinner and I was going to die like this. At Judgment Day. But if that's the case, why did he tell Judas what he told him? Even though the prophecy said he was going to be so loud. He said it had been better for you than it had been what? Born. That will make the scripture contradict themselves if you don't understand it. What you got back there, L9?
Proverbs 24.
What it say?
Man is born in the ark of the Lord.
Right.
How can a man understand his own way?
Right. What's that Proverbs what?
20:24.
Right. So every man's going is of the Lord. So y'all, we want to make that clear that when you see that he knew people from the beginning, they were in the womb. The Most High ain't created nobody to be a robot. Everybody still get what's called free will. Free will. If that was the case, there would be more than one that was not sinless on the earth, wouldn't it? We got to be careful that we don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit, because you will say, that must be the devil running in him, being the spirit that the Lord gave on him, because look what he just did. And then you say the Lord, all these miracles are done of Beelzebub. That's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Let's read this, y'all. We're going to close out. Go ahead, read that. What you got?
Book of Judges, chapter 14, verse 1.
What does it say?
And Samson went down to Timnah, and saw a woman in Timnah, of the daughters of the Philistines.
Of the daughters of the who?
Of the Philistines. And he came up and told his father and his mother and said, I have seen a woman in Timnah, of the daughters of the Philistines.
What did he say?
I have seen a woman in Timnah, of the daughters of the Philistines.
So he telling his mom ain't no lying here going on. And what he say? He said she's outside the nation of what?
Israel.
Okay, let's read some more.
Now therefore, get her for me to wife.
Do what?
Get her for me to wife.
Right, because he knew the parents got to know what's going on. If it's just them four, they got to be a witness to this marriage ceremony. There must be public knowledge.
Right.
There wasn't nobody to say, ooh, I seen him over there. Ooh, I seen her over there. There had to be witnesses. Had to be at least two. Go ahead. Were the witnesses in the Garden of Eden when the Father brought Eve to Adam?
Yep.
He walked Eve to Adam. And the angels was there. They witnessed. Go ahead, let's read.
Verse 3. Then his father and his mother said unto him, is there never a woman among the daughters of your brethren, or among my people, that thou takest a wife of the uncircumcised Philistine?
Look at this. So he telling them, Lord, why it's always got to be somebody else? You can't never take a daughter.
All these daughters of Zion.
Right. And we do the same thing to this day. When you see one of another nation, all you do, who you describe her as? Man, bad, man. Look just like a what? Sister. So this gives me approval. Well, you better go for it, y'all. If she was just like a sister, go get her sister. But if you chose that, there's laws for taking wives from other nations. There's laws for that. Her nails, cut her hair off, and let her mourn her people for 30 days. And then she come fully into this covenant. Ruth, women of war, when you wipe all their lean out, you can take them, but you got to give them time to get it out their system. What we got? Go ahead. Yes,
So it's safe to say, I understand that we have more than people, but we have not one of them. We have to wipe out our enemies.
No. Well, we can.
I'm saying based on the law of Jesus.
Right.
So there's still no excuse.
Well, then we got to deal with the ride at the top. How does she be Bathsheba?
Right.
I'm just saying, if these questions come up, and you at war, but you at war, they're outsiders, you at war with his people. Uriah the Hittite, that's a descendant of Canaan. That's a descendant of Ham who's married to an Israelite woman. And he's David's top man. You see what I'm saying? Love David more than everybody. Would not even go to his own house after David did what he did. And David plotted his death, and still, to this day, he's remembered even in Matthew chapter 1. So I'm just saying from that perspective, even if you at war, they were still at war. This man was killing his own people for the kingdom of Yahweh that was run by David at that time. So it's different, like John Brown. You know what I'm saying? John Brown, what he did, y'all see Nat Turner coming up, so y'all get a full understanding of what took place with Nat Turner. Yeah. And John Brown, who was putting in work.
John Brown, Kansas.
Let's get some more. What we at?
And middle of verse 3. Verse 3. And Samson said unto his father, get her for me.
Do what?
Get her for me.
Right.
For she pleaseth me well.
What she do?
She pleaseth me well.
Now he's saying a strange woman outside the camp pleases me well, and you got the spirit in you. Your mother didn't drink none, she didn't eat none. So we see here that Samson's hair being cut was the final straw. Samson was going through breaking laws left and right, touching dead bodies, drinking wine, messing with strange women. And the final thing, he was never to let a razor come upon his head. So get that out of your mind, that his hair was his strength. That's idol worship. Some of us are growing and twirling like it's going to give them strength. You walking past the steakhouse alley twirling. I wish somebody would jump out of there on these locks on my head. Right. Well, yes.
But his father and his mother knew not that it was of the Most High.
That they knew not that it was what?
It was of the Most High.
So y'all got to answer this question. How was it okay to marry a girl outside of Israel? This thing, it says, father and his mother didn't know this was of the law. What was of the law? Is it the marriage or is it the overtaking of the Philistines?
That's right.
Let's read some more. But Samson had his instructions.
That he sought an occasion, opportunity against the Philistines.
Right.
For at that time, the Philistines had dominion over Israel.
What did they have?
Dominion.
So, right here we see warfare. And he taking a wife of your captors. Let's read some more.
Then went Samson down, and his father, and his mother, to Timnah, and came to the vineyards of Timnah. And behold, a young lion roared against him. And the Spirit of the Most High came mightily upon him. And he rent him as if he had rent a kid.
Right.
And he had nothing in his hand. But he told not his father or his mother what he had done.
Because now I'm around a dead body. Which was Judges 13, all the rules he ain't supposed to be breaking. Samson breaking them left and right.
And number 6.
He up to number 2 law breaking now.
Right.
And he rent his kid. Samson became preternatural at that point. He took a lion and rent it like a kid, like a goat. And just handled it like that and just broke his jawbone. Go ahead, read some more.
Verse 7. And he went down and talked with the woman. And she pleased Samson well.
What she do?
And she pleased Samson well.
You see Samson showing off his strength? But what was his weakness? What the Lord say, gird what? What was his weakness? All this strength like this, but the loins were weak as water. At this point, he had no goal. Samson couldn't run through a wet toilet tissue with his loins at this point. Go ahead, what we have?
Verse 8. And after a time he returned to take her, and he turned aside to see the carcass of the lion.
The what?
The carcass of the lion.
What the law say about carcasses and not of the clean animal? Let's read some more.
And behold, there was a swarm of bees and honey in the carcass of the lion. And he took thereof in his hand and went on eating, and came to his father and mother, and he gave them, and they did eat. But he told not them that he had taken the honey out of the carcass of the lion.
Right.
So his father went down unto the woman, and Samson made there a feast, for so used the young men to do.
So right here, skip down to verse 15 because it's a
verse
right here. Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 15. And
so it says Samson had a wedding day and the honeymoon lasted for 7 days, which is known for men to do. That was on a wedding day for 7 days. Go ahead.
And it came to pass on the 7th day that they said unto Samson's wife, entice thy husband.
What they say do?
Entice thy husband.
Who talking to her like this?
Our people.
Let's read some more.
That he may declare unto us the riddle, lest we burn thee and thy father's house with fire. Have ye called us to take that we have? It is not so.
So right here, they basically saying this woman Samson married. They like, look, you done married that Hebrew and they gonna take us down. What we need you to do is tell us what's got him so strong, or we gonna kill you and your whole household. The same thing said to Rahab. But we're gonna see a difference here. Let's read.
Verse 16. And Samson's wife wept before him.
What she do?
Wept before him. And said, thou dost but hate me, and lovest me not.
Look at Samson's wife. Come on, strong man. Quit that line. Go ahead.
Thou hast put forth a riddle unto the
No, it's the woman. Forgive me, y'all. That's the woman. Go ahead.
Thou hast put forth a riddle unto the children of my people, and hast not told it me. And he said unto her, behold, I have not told it my father nor my mother. And shall I tell it to thee?
This word should have stopped at. He like, look, I ain't even told my mom and dad to whip her. But what we're going to see is when his guards get let down, and we're going to see the whining company.
Pillow talk.
Pillow talk. Go ahead.
Verse 17. And she wept before him.
What she do?
Wept before him.
Now, you know this getting under his skin, y'all. You don't love me. And y'all know how we get. Read some more.
And she wept before him 7 days, while the feast lasted.
Look, it's during the honeymoon. If she weeping, what ain't taking place?
Right. Honeymooning.
Oh, y'all can understand. Go ahead. It's long, y'all. Go ahead.
And it came to pass.
Right.
And it came to pass on the 7th day that he told her.
What did he do?
That he told her, because she lay sore upon him, and she told the riddle to the children of her people.
So she broke him down, basically. Why? Y'all, you have to understand a marriage covenant. This is why I was talking about Numbers 30. If a man heard his wife make an oath and he let it pass, then that oath will stand for us, right or wrong. If he hear an oath and he say, no, Lord, she's out of her mind. She crazy as Job's wife. It should not stand, Lord. It will not stand. I don't care how she pray. I don't care how she howl in the room. It ain't going to stand if he hear it and say it don't stand. And even if she says something righteous and he say, Lord, don't let it stand, it could be for the well-being of the family. It still won't stand. Wow. He could hurt his own household that way. And a lot of us will do that to keep control. Get into your itinerary. Where we at?
Verse 18. And the men of the city said unto him, on the 7th day before the sun went down, what is sweeter than honey? And what is stronger than a lion? And he said unto them, if you had not plowed with my heifer.
What they do?
If you have not plowed with my heifer.
So he knew what they had done. Plowed with his heifer. Meaning working deceitfully.
They sent this woman.
Right.
Working deceitfully through his woman. Go ahead.
Is that where they get heifers from?
Yeah. But see, he was comparing it to what sustains life, you know, in that sense, because they were plowing with that, well, they should have been plowing with the ox. He like, well, y'all didn't come to me. Y'all came through my woman. Y'all some cows. You plow with the ox.
Right.
The heifer is laid back to get the milk and the cheese. Oh, y'all plow with the heifer, huh? Y'all know how it goes. You plow with your heifer in the hood. You can walk in, like this. You can walk in, hug them like this. Get a grab hold of her other hand. Y'all together.
That's terrible.
Where we at? Verse what?
Ye had found not out my riddle. Verse 19. And the spirit of Yahweh came upon him.
Right.
And he went down to Ashkelon and slew 30 men of them and took the spoil and gave gave change of garments unto them, which expounded the riddle. And his anger was kindled, and he went up to his father's house.
Right.
But Samson's wife was given to his companion, whom he had used as his friend.
So now look, not only they dogging him out now, he gave the riddle, he killed 30 of them men, but they took Samson's wife and gave her to his partner. That's how wicked things will get. But all this come back to the beginning of what? Get me her to what?
Why? Right.
This is the end result of it. Now you get played by what you desire. The whole thing, you got to be a lawgiver. You were born to do this work. Now you get into, we're going to skip Judges 15. You get into that and you see what Samson then went to Delilah, who was an agent. Right. Samson had a problem with strange women. Understand this, this don't mean women outside the covenant of our God. There's strangers and then there's strange women. Strange women worship their God. They let you know when you get with them, I worship the devil. Now, you still want me to go put on that negligee? Yeah. That's what it was. That makes it a strange woman. Solomon had 700 of them. Strange women that told him we worship Molech. What you gonna do, Solomon? Get to worship the Molech. But come on in these rooms. That's what made it strange. The priest was doing that too in Ezra. Taking women of other nations that told them we serve another God. He like, whoo, that body made by fishing.
That's a throwback.
So our eyes overpower the law of the Lord, and you take your covenant on the end of your male member and you put it into the covenant with a woman who tells you I'm worshiping another God. And you think you're going to make a covenant like that? You got two masters now. And every time she's going to let you know. The hell I care about some Feast of Tabernacle. It's Ramadan.
Right.
Now get up at 5 o'clock. I'm putting the IDs on. And you'll be up at 5 o'clock. The iron draw. Let's jump right up here, y'all. We're going to close. Let's get this last one. 2 Samuel 3. I'm going to hit these last two in the New Testament, y'all. Y'all got to understand that Samson would end up being blameless for what they were doing because he saw the riddle. He gave them what they wanted. But in the next chapter, you will see that they burned that woman and her father's household. They killed everybody in her household. But Samson was found blameless of that killing. 2 Samuel chapter 3. You get right to where David's wife was. He took his wife back. Take it from him. This is another one, y'all, because of Deuteronomy 24. If a man's wife goes from him and she marry another, he cannot take her back. But this is happening with King David, who the Lord said had a heart like his own. They're going to keep taking you to Acts 13 and back to this scripture. Look, your God says more like this. Does your God have a breaking his own law love? Is that what he likes? Acts 13:22. 2 Samuel 3. What your God do? I don't even know. Now you're questioning this. You have naked at this point. Yeah, that's true. Where we at? 2 Samuel chapter 3. Where you at? What verse? Verse 20.
2 Samuel chapter 3 and verse 12.
Right.
And Abner sent messages unto David,
right,
on his behalf, saying, Who is the Lamb? Saying also, Make thy league with me, and behold, my hand shall be with thee, to bring about all Israel to thee. Verse 13. And he said, Well, I will make a league with thee, but one thing I require of thee, that is, thou shalt not see my face, except thou first bring Michal, Saul's daughter, when thou comest to see my face.
So David was making an agreement with Abner the priest, you know, and it's the priest that Doeg the Edomite killed all his family. So David is saying, look, we ain't gonna make that agreement until I get my wife back. What happened was David married Saul's oldest daughter. Saul wouldn't give it to him, played the Laban trick on him. No, I got a younger daughter, she's much prettier than her, I'll give her to you. So he gave David the younger daughter Michal. Well, Saul was crazy and evil spirits was on him. He wanted to kill David, play hate on David because David was handsome and David had killed 10,000 compared to his 1,000. All the women were singing. His heart was broken. He was a king. Now his heart is hard. He's throwing javelin and spears at the next appointed ruler of the kingdom. So he gave his young daughter because he figured, well, my daughter loved him, and this really the only time you see a woman love for a man that's mentioned. It says she loved David to death. Well, anyway, she heard that my daddy gonna kill you. She made a makeshift model in the bed, a bolster they call it, that looked like David was in there asleep, but let him escape. And when her daddy came, he was like, oh, you love that nigga like that? You don't go against your daddy? Oh, you and that son of mine. And he screamed on Jonathan. He started talking about Jonathan's mom. That perverse stank that your mama. That's why you love David more than me. You know he gonna rule the kingdom. This is how wicked it get. He talked about his own son's mama like a dog. Because his son wanted to keep the law. Let's read some more.
Verse 14. And David sent messengers to Ishbak, Ishbosheth. Saul's son saying, deliver me, my wife Michal.
Deliver who?
My wife Michal.
Right.
Which I espoused to me.
Which he did what?
Espoused to me for it. I'm on the Bible. Okay, 400 foreskins of the Philistines.
So what happened was Saul told David, if you go give me 100 foreskins from the Philistine, you can have my baby daughter.
He tried to set him up.
Right, he was setting them up. David was going to get killed.
He thought David was going to get killed. So he was like, well, look, you want my daughter, you got to go kill 200 of our enemies.
100.
100, and then David brought back like 200 foreskins. So he doubled
up on him. So now how you think Saul looking?
He's like, give my wife.
He would double up on what he required. And then he took David's wife while he was espoused, so they hadn't even consummated the marriage, and gave her to another man. Read some more.
Verse 15. And Ishbosheth sent and took her from her husband, even from Saltiel, and the son of Laish. And her husband went with her along, weeping behind her, Bahuriel. Then said Abner unto him, go, return. And he returned. And Abner had communication with the elders of Israel, saying, you sought for David in times past to be king over you.
You can hold it right there. What basically happened was David took his wife back that he was espoused to. Now the problem is Deuteronomy 24 and 1 through 4. Somebody get that for me right quick, y'all. And we're going to move to these last three. This is the problem that they'll bring to you. Look, your law say you can't take a woman back that has another husband. Read that for me.
Deuteronomy 24 verse 1.
Yeah.
When a man taketh a wife and marries her, and it comes to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he had found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house, or if the latter husband died, which took her to be his wife, her former husband, which would send her away, may not take her again to be his wife.
So the law say, if you divorce a woman and she go marry somebody else, if they divorce her, you can't take her back. Even and then if another man married her and he died, you still can't take her back. David went and got Michal. And another man had been with her for a while because he called her husband. It was an illegal marriage. But it said David was espoused to her. Is this a blameless act what David did, or is David in transgression of the law? I'm asking y'all. Not talking about none of that. Talking about the law. I'm talking, they're not going to ask you about the dance. They're going to ask you what I'm asking you.
The dancing.
Look, dancing was with Herod and his niece. That's a different story. Okay, his brother Philip's wife, daughter. But I'm talking about this.
You talking about David?
Why did he take her back after she had been with another man? And say, you belong to me, woman.
He never gave a bill of divorce.
Well, you wanted her. What? No, I'm just trying to say, what you guys said?
He never divorced.
He never did what? Right?
She was a spouse.
That's the first part of it. But what makes it blameless, the part that say if she's been with another man? See, because he ain't never touched her yet. She was a virgin. I'm just saying, so this is what I'm talking about, y'all, when we talk about blameless versus sinless. David was blameless for this. He was espoused to her, and the law states, if we get into Deuteronomy 23, that if a man take a woman out, out of the city, she cried like that man gonna be put to death. David had mercy and actually spared that man, because that man knew that she was married to David. It's a public ceremony. He knew she didn't have no right to divorce because she didn't present him one. But they hooked up anyway.
Saul gave over.
Saul gave over, but he gave it to him as I'm the king, man. Don't worry about none of that paper. I'm the king. What I say, word is bond. Now you can have it. But that was because of his what? Hatred for David. So what David doing, that act up front makes David blameless for what he did. But that's David's woman. That ain't your woman. And he just followed behind her. David said, you better back up. That's the last time y'all did a movement like that. That's my wife. It belongs to me. Now who's blameless of Deuteronomy 24? Right. But I'm just telling y'all, these are the type of questions that they're going to be asking, and they're going to put it right in front of your face, and you're going to see it in the event. You're going to say, David, it's tripping. Ain't he? So y'all have to understand the difference in what we speak about. Let's hit these last three in New Testament. Philippians 2:11. We're going to hit Luke 1 and 6, and then Revelation 14, y'all. And we'll put the rest of them up on the board. We'll close out.
Luke 1 and 6.
Yeah, we're going to go to 1 Corinthians 1. Put them up on the board. What I say? Philippians. Oh, I said Philippians. Okay, I'm going to say 2 today. Philippians 2:11. Let's go down here. I had about 5 of them. I was trying to get the top 3 that would just get right to it. I'll put the rest of them up on the board.
Philippians chapter 2.
Put these last few on the board, y'all, and I'll write the ones we're not going to go through. I want to hit just this Luke 1 and 6. Revelation 14. And then we'll close out, y'all. I'll write the rest of them on the board. We can get on them another time, or y'all can study them on your own, but you'll see the patterns that I'm going to when you understand blameless versus sinless. I tell you what, instead of that Luke, I'm going to get to Timothy. Because that's dealing with the bishop. Because the bishop must be blameless. So go ahead, y'all. Let's get that Philippians, and then we're going to go right into that TM 3:10.
All right, Shalom.
110, 3:10. Shalom said.
Philippians chapter 2, verse 11. And that every tongue should confess that Jesus the Christ is the Lord, Yah, to glory of Yah the Father. Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence, work out your own salvation.
Do what?
Work out your own salvation.
If y'all don't understand it, you have to work out your own salvation. Was that Ezekiel 4, verse 14 and verse 20? When it says those these 3 men, Noah, Daniel, and Job, they can only work out even though they were righteous men, they can only work out their own salvation. Yes, you can do what Rahab did and bring your family along. Yes, you can do what Lot did when he brought his family out, but they got to come to the rod where they make their own life-saving decision. You can only get them to this point. Once you get them to this point, they own their own. But you can at least get them to that point. The Lord allows you to get them to that point so that they can never say, he never told me about that. No, he was a light to the family because he chose 1 or 2 of a family. If the family got 13, then there's going to be 2 lights in there. If it's 3 in there, it's going to be a light in that house for that family to watch the light. But that light got to make sure it don't drop down from 100 watts down to 25 and become dim. Then they'll have an excuse. Where we at?
Finishing up verse 12.
Yeah.
Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling.
With what?
With fear and trembling.
Right.
For it is Yah which worketh in you both to will and to do of his good pleasures. Do all things without murmuring and disputing, that ye may be blameless.
That you may be what?
That ye may be blameless.
Look, you cannot do God's will with bad thoughts on your mind. That people will point back at you and say, so you telling me you killed that man and it was according for the law? Or you robbed that bank, that's the way God wanted you to go out. He was born like that. Oh, he was born to be a robber. It's the same thing. He was born to be gay. A man trapped in a woman's body. That's sin, ain't it? That's against the transgressions of the law. You can't be born to say that I'm going to stand before the judge and tell him, Lord, when I come out the womb, I just had stilettos on my mind as a baby. You think the Lord don't listen to that? Because you can get away with the same thing. Lord, I just had an itchy trigger finger. From that first cap down my mama bought me, I know I want to kill innocence with it. Shed innocent blood. Something's wrong with this finger, Lord. But you made it that way. You think you can stand in the judgment throne like that? Read some more.
For it is Yah which worketh you both to will and to do of his good pleasure. Do all things without murmuring and disputing.
Without murmuring and disputing. Go ahead.
That ye may be blameless and harmless, and the son of Yah without rebuke in the midst of the crooked and perverse nations.
See, did you got a little more of that?
Yeah, one more.
Go ahead.
Among whom ye shine as light in the world.
See, you in the world of the wicked. But that don't give you liberty, or you can become blameless to double cross the Lord and do what you want to do because you're in that position. No, there's a certain line that you cannot cross. You can't be found to the point that where they can point, oh, you a servant of the Lord. Well, we got some cell phone footage of you in Brooklyn.
Illinois.
Hey. So verse 16. Read 16. Says say. Read verse 16.
Verse 16. Holding forth the word of life, that I may rejoice in the day of Christ HONORANDHUMILITYSTL, that I have not run in vain, neither labored in vain. Yeah, and if I be offered upon the sacrifice of service of your faith, I rejoice with you all.
Y'all see that? So what we're saying is you got to take this into your own soul. And what that means, I got to stand on my own accountability. I can't trick nobody, and I can't be tricked by anybody. Be ye not deceived. You're never deceived to the point people just run things about it, because if you were, you would never say, I should have followed my first mind. Right. Your first mind told you not to do it. But your lust say, man, go. Hey, you so bored. Live a little. Well, you're going to die a lot.
Right.
Because the lake of fire is eternal.
Right.
Let's hit this one right here. We're going to close out 110, chapter 3. Y'all going to get this last revelation. Y'all going to close out. 110, 3, 1, verse 1. Y'all, this is something about blameless, y'all. And I'm only talking about y'all understanding blameless. You cannot get the blameless card if they told you you have to work on weekends and you put your name on that contract. You put your name on any contract and you don't put without prejudice behind it, you can't be accounted blameless for that. At least without prejudice behind it. You say, I don't understand this contract fully. I didn't understand it in the cafeteria. They got something, there's no discrimination against your religion. But were you scared to tell them up front? Well, I'm an Israelite, and I need the Sabbath off. Do you need any documentation for that? No, I can't tell them that. Why? Oh, well, look, I'm going to go into all of that. Hell, I needed a job. Okay, now we're back to work. So now it's praying and fasting time that you can get the Sabbath off. But don't you walk away from that. Because guess who you're going to blame? The Lord. The Lord. Lord, I dare not go back in there another Sabbath day. As long as the sky's blue and the oceans are filled with water, I won't violate your Sabbath, and you done signed the contract I'll work weekends. Who you fooling? Get on your knees and start praying. Hold your hands up, spread to the heaven, and say, Lord, make a way for me to get out here of my foolishness. But you cannot be blameless behind what the oath that you made. Blameless is a total different story. You found yourself in this position and then they come to you. Guess what they call that if you exercise that? They have to do what? It's called grandfather you in. Well, no, y'all ain't saying nothing about that. No, I ain't saying nothing. Say, I'm going to be here on Saturday. Well, you all right, Willie? And that was under our old contract, the new contract. Well, I ain't under the new contract. The new contract say this, so what y'all telling me? I got to work Saturday. We understand your vociferousness and your zeal for Saturday off with Sabbath. We're going to work with this and we'll take it back to human resources. But that's what it'll be. But you can't sign and then backpedal out. You got to stand on what you believe and what you say. Because you are light to the world. Don't you know immediately that's going to go back to what you say you believe? You don't think they're going to bring your law on you? You're asking for the Sabbath off and you signed this? What type of Israelite are you? Are you a Pharisee? Are those fringes full of deceit? You wear them in the cafeteria proudly and you display this form of light? Hell, this is darker than a nightlight. What you gonna do but be shamed? Where we at? 1 King, chapter 1.
Verse 3.
Chapter 3, I'm sorry. Verse 1. Yeah, we got this last one after that. Yeah.
Switch your note over there too then.
What I got? Okay.
1 and 3. First Timothy chapter 3.
Right. Verse 1.
Verse 1.
What it say?
This is a true saying.
Right.
If a man desire the office of a bishop.
If he do what?
Desire the office of a bishop.
Look, so contrary to belief, you just can't, the preacher just can't come to you one day and say, you deacon material. I like your bank account. And you can holler really loud like the rest of us. You have to desire to be a deacon. And when you desire a gift, you've been studying. Because there's regulations for a deacon. Let's read some more.
If a man desire the office of a bishop, he desires a good word.
What do you desire?
A good word.
Uh-huh.
A bishop then must be blameless.
See, so we can stop right here. A bishop then must be blameless. So now you got to examine yourself. If I'm wearing a bishop title and I'm all over Facebook, I'm at the soul circus with my hand like up in the apple. Blameless. There can't be nothing rumors said about you that can be proven to be concrete. That's what blameless means. That's the first thing. If you desire this, you got to look back and check your record. You got to look and say, yeah, they accused me of that, but they was lying about that. Yeah, she said I was this, but she was lying about that. There's no blame that can be found. It's only accusations, right? Let's read some more.
He must be blameless, the husband of one wife.
Okay, so polygamy is in here now. A bishop, because he's in the upper status, he ain't got time to be taking care of 2, 3 wives. But you a man, you at least need one.
God.
It's not the Catholic doctrine and where they say they're forbidden to marry. Do y'all understand that? They're forbidden to marry. So this is saying if you desire this office, get multiple off of your mind. Get it out of your mind. Let's read some more.
Vigilant.
What?
Vigilant.
That's ready to scrap for the Lord at any time. His time. Go ahead.
Sober.
What?
Sober.
That don't mean you can't drink. That means you can't be intoxicated with power either. Sober don't mean just drinking. It means power, lust. You have to always basically be on your game. Go ahead.
Of good behavior.
Of what kind of behavior?
Good behavior.
No. You can't be stanky legged when you ought not. Where we at?
Given to hospitality.
What given to who?
Hospitality.
Y'all understand hospitality is another major that took Sodom and Gomorrah down. Hospitality means that you apply goodwill to those that come to seek you. Right. That don't mean just opening your house up for everybody. Hospitality also somebody call you, man, I'm having trouble. And you show them goodwill. They come to your house, you treat them like they live there. But they have to understand the rules before they come here. This is the rules of the house. Do you agree? Or dad don't? If they agree, you treat them like they're your own family. Like Abraham treated Eleazar up in his household. Like his own son. Go ahead.
Apt to teach.
What are you?
Apt to teach.
Apt to teach. What does apt mean? Able. Thank you, sister. Able to teach. Now, how you got on a bishop robe and you call it Psalms? You know,
The one boy.
I've read in the Possums.
The Possums.
Read some more.
Not given to wine.
Not the what?
Given to wine.
So we see that sober was covering a lot of other things. Right. Always on your game. If you're a glutton, what does gluttony bring on? Don't it bring on that disease? Sleep. That Negro disease. It's called sleepy.
Sleeping in.
And nod out. So not given to wine means you're alcoholic. You can't be a bishop. Giving means I can't control myself. I have to have it.
Right.
Look, before me and you, hold on, we can't talk. Wait a minute.
First.
I got to confer with my cabinet members first.
Right.
I'll try the gray and blues. No, the hen and seed. Yes. Now we'll talk. Go ahead.
No striker.
No what?
No striker.
What does that mean?
Strike. Beat.
Swinging on people.
That's both male and female. You can't be quick to fighting all the time. If somebody says something against these scriptures, the first thing you do is throw a blow. Nigga talk about my Messiah. Oh, well, you better make your words clearer than that. Like that. No striking. You can't defend the word like that. Like Peter cut the high priest's ear off. Right. He cut a high priest's ear off of the children of Israel. He said, Peter, put your sword up. This ain't that deep. This ain't this type of party. If it was, I would have told you so. Put your sword up. And he just picked his ear up and put it back on his head. No, Pete, you ain't ready for this war. This is the beginning of the champions of murder. These the Romans. They kill us. You don't want none of this. Besides, Satan is going to sift you like wheat. You're going to deny me. Lord, Lord, you don't know who you talking to. He like, Pete, come on now. It's a different warfare. You tough with that sword. But Satan fight with the spirit. And what Pete said when the woman walked up to him? Ain't that you? No. You sound like it. No. You don't even sound like it. You know, like people ask you, y'all sound like them down there in the serious people. Yeah. Like you sound like them that was up there with that Messiah guy.
No, they with me.
What? Go ahead, bro.
Not greedy of filthy lucre.
Not greedy of what?
Filthy lucre.
Not greedy of filthy lucre. You can't be nowhere saying you took a bribe.
Right.
You were bribed. What did that happen? The book of Joshua did it. Yeah. Joshua chapter 1, verse 8. What? No, don't die. They took bribes. Samuel's sons took bribes. Samuel chapter 1. Took bribes. People come to him. Yeah, I done got caught committing adultery. Oh. Woo!
Great shower for you.
Hold on, let me see if I can hold off the stones. How much money you got? I got my father's plot of land, sign off on it. And these was our high priest back then. What else we got? Read that next verse.
But patient.
But what?
But patient.
Now that's the kicker right there. You got to have patience. This is a long-suffering doctrine. If somebody drives you crazy, that don't mean you continue to cast your pearls before swine. You got to let it go at a time, but you have to be patient enough because this is spiritual. It's way up here, y'all, but you got to bring it down here so that they can understand it like Christ did. You can't let it fly over. If you do, you're doing it so men will worship you, that they have to come back to you. And they tell everybody, it's that guy down there in the basement of the cereal building. I don't know what his name is, but the way he said it, well, how do you say it? Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, let's get down there. Now people believe you're in a cult because you can't answer for yourself, like Philippians said. You have to drag them, come on, let's see. No, that's why we keep making sure that this body get it. Because you can't say amen unless everybody agree. Amen means I agree.
So be it.
So be it.
I
believe it's the truth. Then you can go teach it from that perspective. But if somebody come back and say you said something different, or they saying that over there, what did we say as a body of people? One body. What did we agree on? Well, what you heard over there, you wanted to hear that. Because that one said down here as the body speaking. Not one man, not one woman, but the what? The body agreed on it. Let's read this last one. What did it say after that?
Not a brawler.
Not a what?
Brawler. Not covetous.
Right.
One that ruleth well his own house.
Right.
Having his children in subjection with all gravity. For if a man knows not how to rule his own house, how shall he take care of the church of Yahweh?
Right.
Not a novice.
Not a novice. That's a beginner. If you don't know anything about boxing, you start off as a novice. Then you go to open. Then the amateurs and then the pros. So you can't even be a beginner in this and call yourself a bishop. Go ahead.
Least being lifted up with pride, he fall into the condemnation of the devil. Moreover, he must have a good report of them which are without, lest he fall into reproach and the snare of the devil.
A good report of them without. So everybody, not even in the congregation, they got to speak well of you outside the congregation. Luther Jackson. What we call him, Nehemiah. Boy, that's why he never said nothing. But he always did. Okay, that's why every time at 2 o'clock he left. Oh, that was the hour of prayer. Oh, okay, I understand it now. Outsiders know your good works, but they can't have a bad report about you because they outside. Outsiders don't mean you can do what you want to do because they outsiders. So let us not misunderstand the law about what you can break the law with the outsider. You can't break the law with the outsider. You have to always be on your game to represent in case an outsider want to come inside. Where we at? Oh, it's go right there. Even when you go into the deacons the same way. No double tongue in the whole nine. Y'all want to listen to this last one. Last one, y'all. We'll close out. Revelation 14, verse 4. This last one, y'all. I'll write the rest of them on the board. I know we got long-winded. It's all good, Bill. Oh, good. You feasted on the word. That's right. Let's get it done. And y'all, when y'all look up Yair, when he found Nathanael in John the 1st chapter, verse 46, he said, an Israelite indeed, with no guile in his mouth. You know what that guile means? Deceit. Deceit. There's nothing on it. He tell you straight how it is. He ain't trying to cover up nothing. He ain't lying to you.
call them a Christian, though,
No.
call them an Israelite.
Well, they call them a believer in the doctrine of Christianity.
Right.
Christ follower we can be. But not following that doctrine called Christian sanity. Because they tell you don't have to keep the law.
Right. Don't forget to collect them tithes, though.
Oh, yeah. Revelation 14. Let's hit it, y'all. We're going to close out. What it say? 14:1.
Read from the book of Revelation, chapter 14, verse 4. These are they which were not defiled with women.
What they wasn't defiled with?
With women. For they are virgins.
What are they?
Virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto Yah and to the Lamb. And in their mouth was found no guile.
What was in their mouth?
No guile.
Right.
For they are without fault before the throne of God.
So we're talking about the 144,000, but if you get back into the 13th chapter, you'll see some about the mark of the beast, and then it goes right into the 144,000. Basically, it's saying they were pulled from the earth. No guile was in their mouth. Doesn't mean they never sinned. No. If they're virgins, what is it talking about first? Spiritual order that Ezekiel 16 speaks of. They never tampered in another doctrine. They are virgins. They only been with one God as their husbandman. That's it. Never fell off. David was spoken of like this. But David spoke guile at one time. These men are above that. No reproach. Don't mean they were not sinners. But no guile, nor deceit. They've never been tampered by with another doctrine. And you know where else to say that at? Romans 11 and 1 Kings 17, when Elijah took men down, took those Baal priests down, and he said, Lord, I'm left alone. And the Lord said, you got to be kidding me, Elijah. I got 7,000 men, they never bowed a knee to who?
Bad.
What that makes them? Virgins. Baal is what we got today of all the religions on earth. That's Baal doctrine. It's Mars head. Whatever you believe, that's good with it. He said, I got 7,000 men. That's backed up in Romans 11 chapter as well. The Most High got his hidden ones that ain't never tampered. Ain't look at another doctrine. You got to be kidding me. Ball it up and throw it away. Let's read some more.
Verse 6. And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation, and kindred, and tongue, and people, saying with a loud voice, Fear Yahweh, and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come, and worship him that made heaven, and earth, and the sea, and the fountains of water.
We can hold up, y'all. And y'all, all I wanted to point out there was y'all can pick the 144,000 from the list every tribe in Revelation 7th chapter. They go into detail about who this 144,000 is, who these are that were pulled from the earth. They were like bishops pulled from the earth. No blame, guile can be found in their mouth, like he looked at Nathan. An Israelite indeed in whom no guile is in his mouth. I'm going to put the rest of these scripts up here, y'all, that y'all can go over. But this is the difference in y'all when you understand in the scripture. And what we're talking about, blameless, means there was a permissive will for the Father's plan to get back where it needed to be. So things will happen that may look like sin, but it's not sin in the way that we're looking at it. It's reconstructing the plan. But you have to be a part of it so that you see the error of your way and you come back to the full grace of the Most High. And then you can understand he had mercy on me because I should be dead. And most of us know when we wake up in the morning, by the end of the day, you can tell yourself, I ought to be dead really for what I was doing today. I should be dead. I don't know why he spared me today. Y'all got a couple announcements?
Yeah, we do have one announcement. Sister Brittany wanted me to let everybody know that next month on March 12th, there will be a garden breakfast here starting at 11 o'clock. So everybody who's interested in the garden and interested in helping out with it and learning some new things, she's going to have a garden breakfast here March 12th.
What day is that on?
It's on Saturday.
Okay, right before class. Okay.
At 11 o'clock, so everybody that wants to come out.
Breakfast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And y'all ready to open up because the garden season is coming up. Y'all, we're going to open up the garden on Purim. That first day of the week on Sunday, and that will be March 21st.
Well, Purim is on March 21st, so we're going to have the Purim celebration on March 22nd. That's the Sunday.
After of the opening of the garden.
That is the opening.
The 22nd. But Purim on the 21st.
Yes.
Okay. So y'all, we got Passover coming up Thursday, April 21st. I will have tickets in hand this coming week. Y'all write down because we're going to hire servers this time.
Really?
So y'all can enjoy it a little bit, take the load off, so to speak. Get them people running through the line, y'all. We got to have more enjoyment time. We had an hour increase to our time, so it starts at 6 p.m. It's going to run to 11. It gives us time to get the class going. We got some entertainment or performances by the shorties, and still we ain't got no adult performances. Now I hear y'all come up and say, man, you know I can cut a rug or two. I got a few vocals, but ain't nobody signed up on the list yet from the adult side. So still looking for y'all. What you got, Isaiah?
I got sweatshirts, hoodie sweatshirts. I got hoodie sweatshirts. I sent down on a text.
Okay.
For everybody, so if y'all saw those hoodies, and for the Passover, for the men or whatever, I do staff. So get me on your staff so you can put it in, be personalized and everything.
Okay, yeah, we'll get all that out there, all that information out. I'll have the tickets, y'all. What happened is we had to change the order of pay. It's $15 for every individual.